AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product.
Thank you for joining us at React Advanced London, and here is where we go backstage. You have been watching some amazing talks and hopefully enjoying them, and now I am about to give you a full dose of FOMO as I take you on a tour of the space here in person. But don't worry, I am going to tell you how you can get involved back home and make you feel like you're really a part of this event. I should have introduced myself before I started. My name is Nathaniel, and I am one of your MCs today. You may have seen me earlier on, maybe introducing one of the speakers if you're on the right track. But we are going to go on a tour of this stage, of this venue, and see what we have on offer at React Advanced London. All right, let's get going. I am starting here on our main stage. This is where most of the amazing talks are happening. We've had a bunch of amazing talks all about different parts of React. We're turning it over for our second set of talks that will be happening in just a second. We are really excited by some of the amazing content that the program committee have put together. I do need to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors, the sponsors that made this conference possible. We will actually check in with some of the sponsors later on downstairs, but just in case you haven't already, you should check out the perks list on the website, so you can check that out. All right, now today is not just about you learning, it's also about you contributing, and you can contribute in our discussion rooms. So the discussion room is actually just over here, and there are going to be 2 discussion rooms later on today. What you can do, even though you're not here in person, is you can actually join a Zoom link to join the discussion rooms so that you can make sure your voice is heard, you can contribute back to the community, and you can listen to what some of these experts are talking about. So remember, we've got the main track so far. We also have discussion rooms. All right, now we are going to go out of this room and we're going to walk through the venue, and we're going to go and head over to see some other things that we have for you today. But while I'm doing that, I'm just going to quickly talk to you about Git Nation. The wonderful Git Nation team put on this conference and many other amazing conferences that you can sign up to. I would recommend that you get the Git Nation multi-pass, and that gives you access to all of the Git Nation events. You can join them online like you are here, and also quite a few of them are in person. So if you get a Git Nation multi-pass, maybe you can also try and attend a few in person. We have lots of fun, familiar faces from the community here. So many different people. Everyone's hungry and gone to lunch. That's why the stairway is quite quiet right now. But it's so good to have amazing content and amazing networking group of people where you can see some people you already know. Maybe that person on social media that you follow that has amazing React opinions, you get to actually chat to them in person. It is really fun. So if you do get a chance, come here next year. And if not, get the Git Nation multipass and you can still follow along with me. All right, we have 2 amazing talk tracks. We started in the Ballard track, and now we are heading over to the Tharp track. You should have seen this room earlier for one of the talks. There was standing room only, literally. And so here we have a second set of talks that you can follow. The program committee has put some amazing content together. And the great news is, even if 2 talks are happening at the same time, if you miss it, you'll be able to catch the videos on demand. So there will be some, if you've got a Git Nation multipass or a pass for the event, you'll have those videos immediately after the event. And if not, don't worry, we will still release all of those videos later so you can share them with your colleagues and friends. All right, let's move on from the Tharp track room. Amazing music. And we are going to go over into the expo hall. So this is where lunch is happening right now, but this is where we also have networking. We have sponsors here, different people who are here experiencing in person what the event has to offer. So this is where people are finding out who else they can talk to, finding out where they have shared problems, meeting sponsors, finding out about new tools that they can use. And then also, a thing that I do want to point out is we also have a job board. So if you are looking for your next React gig, you can check out the job board. It's also available online if you go and look on our website. And maybe you will find the job that you have next. And when you do, I expect my finder's fee for letting you know about this. Okay, so we've got a couple of sponsors. These are just some of the ones here. We've got AG Grid, who is here. We have MUI, we have Contentful. These are amazing sponsors. AG Grid does some of the most amazing grids and charts in React that I've seen. So you should definitely check them out. Maybe you've needed that technology at some point. You can check out. Now, people are having lunch, so I'm not going to disturb anyone while they're eating, but I do want to show you another spot. So, like I said before, this isn't just about you listening and learning. We also want you to get involved. And there's a couple of ways you can do that. We've talked about the discussion rooms, but another thing that we actually have is we have the speakers Q&A. So you can join the Q&A, ask questions for the speakers after each talk. You can do that on the Slido, and we do that on stage. But then afterwards, if your question was not covered while we were on stage, we also have an in-person speakers Q&A section. I think all the speakers are gone. That's right here. So if you have any questions for a speaker, you can ask them. And if you are online, head over in the Discord and you can ask your question. You can see there's these microphones, And the speakers can actually talk to you and answer your questions from home. So if you maybe want to dive deeper into a topic, or you have a unique edge case that you want to ask about, you can feel free to do that over on those platforms, because your curiosity is part of what makes this event great. So what have we had for you today? We've had the two tracks of content. We have the discussion rooms. We've got the speakers Q&A. We've got networking. We had it in person, but if you are online, you can join the spatial chat. This lets you walk around in a mini conference hall and actually talk to others as well, and you can get involved. I hope to see you at registration next year. It has been an amazing conference, and there is so much more to have. We are going to have a wonderful after party here. I'm going to be doing my best karaoke experience, and hopefully people will be enjoying that. There's board games, more opportunities to network, get to see the speakers and actually talk to them outside of just their talks and the context of that. But it should be a fun time. Even though you're at home, you can still get involved. Use the hashtag ReactAdvance on social media to let us know how you are enjoying the conference. I want to see your home setup and where you're watching from. But other than that, I will leave you to it. Enjoy the rest of your conference, and I'll see you soon.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com. AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
Okay. Let's go. Chaos. Okay, folks. Hello.
Hi.
Here in London, welcome back from lunch. And those of us joining from the stream, well, this is some new information for you. So hello at home. I hope you're comfortable.
This is where we kick off the live stream for those folks at home. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here today for React Advanced 2024. We'd love to have you from your cool desk chairs or sofas or bed or floors. We are your MCs for the day. We are here to entertain you and to introduce your speakers and to run Q&As, and you'll be seeing us throughout the day. My name is Ellie. I'm a web engineer at Sling Money, which is a peer-to-peer payments app that is global. Come ask me about it later. I will not shut up about it, so be ready for that.
And my name is Yanni. I'm also a React developer. And I have a job, but they didn't put it on the slide. I don't know if I'm not supposed to mention it.
I didn't want you to find out like this.
Oh, yes.
You're fired.
Well, this is actually great because last time I was presenting here, I had a job on the thing, and then the startup collapsed like a month later. So maybe it's better not to name it, just not to jinx it again.
Maybe it's a curse.
Yes.
We have folks joining us remotely from all over the world. We have a little map here of where people have signed up for. So thank you so much for joining us.
And we have speakers, of course, all over the world. We will see Daishi later. Next up, we'll have Mark from Australia. So it's a real global gathering. And I'm really glad to have everyone here in London. And those who can't be here, well, stay tuned. There will be information on how you can also participate in this conversation. And one way to participate is, of course, to share your conference experience on the socials. So feel free to use the hashtag React Advanced on all of the platforms. Like maybe take a picture of your viewing setup, and then let us know how you're participating in the conference. And in the end of it, for anybody who has tweeted or LinkedIn or Instagrammed with this hashtag, we'll also give away 3 Git Nation multi-plat passes that gives you access to the whole year of conferences for the one price of 0, because you're a winner.
That's my favorite prize. Everything you need to know about this conference is on the conference website at reactadvanced.com. This is where you can find the feedback form, the talks, the live streams, the agenda. So make sure to check that out.
And the platform is actually quite fully featured. It keeps getting better every time we do this.
Just like me.
Exactly. So yeah, you can do that through the watch page where you're on right now watching us. And the second day, the conference day on Monday, will be on the same website if you are on a hybrid ticket. And yeah, the schedule of talks is also on the timeline, so you can sort of scrub back and forth and watch all of the old talks as well. And the speaker Q&A rooms, which we have here in person in London, you'll also be able to join and ask questions there. They're also on the timeline. You can find them there. And there's also discussion rooms. The first one actually has just started. It's called Why Don't We Use React Suspense More? So you can join that by switching to the other track. Or you can join the next discussion room in an hour with the very important question, what 3 libraries would you bring to a pub fight?
I wonder if there'll be an absolute winner at the end.
Yeah, to me, the whole pub fight thing, is so London thing. Like I think bar fight is the canonical American expression.
Well, we're in London, baby. Like,
yeah,
gotta localize for the kids.
But every time I've been to a pub fight, it's just like a tense conversation. The British people don't really.
They're too polite
to
have a real pub fight.
Exactly. And yeah, be sure to join the Discord server as well. This is the way that you can sort of engage with the community of everybody at home. And there's the announcements about the events, et cetera, over there.
As always, we want to make everyone feel safe and have a good time during the event. We do have a code of conduct. It is at gitnation.com/COC for code of conduct. Please go read it if you haven't already. If at any times you feel there's been a violation, please email coc@gitnation.org and we will take care of it right away. We do not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels. This includes in person, on Twitter, on Discord, on socials, etc. We want everyone to have a nice time.
And yeah, we've tried to make this conference as interactive, for the remote participants as it is for the people us here in London. So you can also participate in the Q&As after the talk. So if you go to a website called Slido, slido.do or slido.com, and you use the code 2528 or scan this QR code on your phone, on your laptop screen, which is a weird way of transmitting information from one screen to another, but seems to work. Anyway, you can ask questions during the talks, and then we will sit here with the speakers and ask them from them. So.
You will also be able to rate the talks after they happen on Slido, so make sure to do that. It helps us create the content for next year. And now we are going to get on with our next batch of talks. I'm going to leave you here.
Thank you. Please,
to hang out with the team.
Yes. Before we introduce the next speaker, we are on the schedule 5 minutes early. We ran through this introduction very quickly. So, Ellie, would you like to do a song and dance for 5 minutes, or should we let people just to chill out, and then we'll get Mark on in 4 minutes' time?
Yeah, give me a beat.
This is not prepared, by the way. This is a completely ad-lib kind of bit.
I'm kidding, no.
Okay, no, okay.
I'm not going to rap.
Good.
Everyone was sweating.
I know. I was sweating the most because I was like, what the hell is going to happen here?
Imagine if I nailed that.
We have to prepare this for next year, though.
No, but I would like...
Oh, yeah, the Liz Lemon dance. There we go.
Is that good enough? Thank you.
Give it up for Ellie Schütze.
Does someone want to tell me a secret? Come on. It doesn't have to be your secret. Tell me somebody else's secret. Come on.
Well, now we made this awkward.
No, you tell me a secret. Come on, come
I
on.
don't really have any secret. I'm an open book. You can ask me anything.
How's your relationship like with your mother? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I think we can just wait until the time.
Well, I will tell you a story about my mother if you would like to.
Yeah, I would.
So she recently came back from Cuba, where she goes into a dance camp. You know, she's really into salsa. But this time she came back and she has become a Santeria witch. This is not a joke.
You're kidding.
No.
Like the song?
No, she has like a witch name and everything. I don't remember what it is, but it's it's pretty impressive.
That's pretty baller.
I mean, honestly, like if when I get to her age, I want to have that level of sort of like engagement to.
You're a little witchy already.
Yeah.
Spiritually, I can sense it in your aura.
Oh yeah, you can see it, right? It's every time I go near a computer, the computer starts to malfunction. I think that's.
No, that's just your bad code.
Yes.
Does this include like candles? Or how does she present this?
See, I tried to ask as few questions as possible. I sort of just nodded and smiled mainly. That was. Hey, you asked. You're the one who's making this.
I did ask.
Yeah. So how is your relationship with your mother anyway?
Good.
Oh, nice.
She recently ran a half marathon.
Ah.
And I can't even run a 2K. So that's making me feel real good about myself. But I'm very proud of her, and I'm very excited, and it's kind of inspiring, and I might try to run 2K.
Nice. Well, this is really the message that we need to take from this. Let's let the older generation show the way, us kids, we have so much to learn.
I know. We're so dumb.
Yes. Now, I think that will probably be enough of awkward chit-chat. I think
so, yeah.
I think I'll let you go now.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, do you want more awkward chit-chat, or should we invite our next speaker on the stage? See, I did the thing where I asked questions with two options, and then people can only say whoa, and now we can interpret what the whoa is for.
I mean, they can say other words, they choose not to.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go.
Okay, go. Okay. Everyone, give it up for Ellie Schütze. All right. Now, speaking of, the old guard and old generation, and this is a weird way to introduce a very young and vital person, but Mark Dalglish has been a part of the React community since, as long as I remember, and I feel like I've been a part of it for a very long time. And, Mark has built out, over the years, some UI libraries that, CSS libraries that we've all used, like he's the author of CSS modules, he built out Vanilla Extract, but most recently, he's working with the Remix team. And he's here to tell us how React Router became a framework. So without further ado, let's give a big, big, big welcome for Mark Dalglish.
Thanks, mate. All right, thank you. So as you heard, my name is Mark Dalglish, all the way here from Melbourne, Australia. And as you heard, also, I'm here to talk about how React Router became a framework. It's obviously a very big topic, so I'm going to touch the surface of it, but hopefully give you a good sense of where this move came from. Now, as you heard as well, I've been working in the React space for a very long time. I've actually been working with it for about 10 years at this point. And that work has led me to my current position working full-time with the Remix team at Shopify, a very privileged thing for me to be able to do at this point in my career. I'm really enjoying it. And when I go back to the start of my career working with React, for me it really started with React Router, because what got me interested in React was the fact that I could do server rendering, progressive enhancement, and do that with shared code between the client and server. And the first time I saw this done for real, in a way I could take to production, was in this React Router mega demo that Ryan Florence put together about 10 years ago. And what was really great about this demo is it showed how you could get server rendering and data fetching working together. And the way it was done by convention in this boilerplate was that each route component could have this static fetch data method on it that would describe how do I get the data for this route. And you could figure out, after doing route matching on the server, you could figure out which of your route components had these functions on them. You could call them in parallel, take the data and pass it down, and also run this on the client as you navigate it around. So this is exactly what I used to take React to production. I've gone dark. There we go. To take React to production way back in the early days of React. So it was a really, really great project. Now, I know by far I was not the only person to be building on top of React Router, because even to this day, roughly half of all React DOM downloads are paired with React Router. So there's huge adoption still in the React community today. Now, today what I want to do is drill into this distinction between libraries versus frameworks, because if we're talking about React Router becoming a framework, it's important to describe what is the difference between where it is today and where it's heading. Because React Router is a library, that's not a controversial thing to say, of course. It has always been a library since its first release. As it says right here in its README, React Router is a lightweight, fully featured routing library. But if you go to the React documentation for how to start a new React project, they tackle this question head-on about whether you can use React without a framework. And they say that, of course, while you can use React without a framework, we're at the point now where there are so many big, challenging problems to solve if you try to go it alone that you're much better off, the average developer is much better off using a framework. And they go further and draw a distinction with what they call production-grade React frameworks. And luckily, in terms of my work, luckily, Remix is on that list. So Remix is featured as a production-grade framework. Here, it describes itself, of course, as a full-stack web framework. But what's important for today's topic is that Remix is built on React Router, and quite heavily so. To the extent that if you go look at one of the packages that you use quite heavily throughout your Remix project, Remix run/React, you go look at the source code for that package, and what you're going to see right up top is a giant wall of re-exports from React Router DOM. So what that means is that if you're familiar with React Router and you come over to Remix, you're going to find yourself right at home. A lot of those APIs are completely identical. Now, of course, Remix adds a bunch of stuff on top, but it means that the core DNA of Remix is really React Router. So you can think of Remix as React Router, the framework. What's interesting about this relationship is it meant that making Remix better often meant making React Router better, because if we needed to add a big new feature to Remix, it would usually require changes to React Router. If we wanted to clean up the code in Remix, it would often require us to remove it from Remix and move it over to a lower level within React Router. So there was this relationship ongoing as we worked further on Remix and improved Remix itself. This was especially notable with this post from Ryan Florence a couple of years ago in 2022 about remixing React Router. And this was announcing the fact that a lot of the best features of Remix were actually going to be starting to arrive for React Router consumers. In practice, what that looked like is something like this, where you could describe your route tree as you might have done previously, but now you could also attach things like loaders and actions to your routes. So now you're starting to get a lot of the benefits that you get from a Remix application inside of your regular React Router app. This was extended even further with lazy loading of routes, so no longer did you need to load the entire route tree up front when you were describing it in this way, and you could instead make it so that you would only load the code for that route if and when you needed it as you navigated around. So in this case, this is your standard implementation where the lazy route is a dynamic import here of our dashboard route. And if you go look at the source code for that, what you can imagine is that it's going to have to return the API for what a route would typically be described as inline. So that dashboard component might look like this here, where it's exporting a loader, it's exporting an action, it's exporting its component. And if you squint, if you've looked at Remix before, this basically looks like the same thing. So you're using React Router, but you're getting a lot of those benefits and API decisions that you get out of Remix right here in React Router. So as a React Router consumer, what you're getting now with this setup is nested routing, you're getting code splitting along with that, and the simple state management model that makes Remix such a joy to work with, while still being in the world of a library. This was notably picked up by a lot of people. Kenzie Dodds gave a great talk at VeeConf last year, highlighting that to him, React Router, once it's gone down this road, React Router tied with something like Vite, really starts to feel like a framework, and I completely agree with that position. So again, coming back to this distinction between libraries versus frameworks, and if we want to drill in further now on the Remix side of things, it's worth exploring then what makes Remix feel like a framework. To me, the most notable thing up front is the fact that it has a CLI and it owns the start of your entire dev and build lifecycle. So if you want to start up a dev server, you're calling out to the Remix CLI and saying Remix dev. If you want to build for production, likewise, you're running Remix build. Along with this, of course, you also had yet another config file in the root of your project, remix.config.js, and this describes how your dev server, how your build process, and those sorts of things should operate. Remix also had very strong opinions about the shape of your file system. So there were certain files that needed to exist here, like your root route, then your routes directory. By default, there was file system routing hooked up that all of this would get picked up based on the file system, the naming convention of your files. You could disable this and bring in alternatives or go purely config-based, but this was the default setup with Remix. And along with this, of course, people expect a whole bunch of features out of a framework like Remix, where we needed to support TypeScript out of the box, static asset imports, a bunch of CSS features like side effect imports, CSS modules that, of course, I worked on, post-CSS support, alternative file types like MDX, and then you get into the world of hot module reloading and polyfills for Node APIs in the browser, particularly to support third-party packages on NPM. So all of these sorts of things need to be managed by the bundler, and this is being owned by Remix in this case. With Remix, it was built on top of ESBuild, particularly because of its performance benefits over the alternatives at the time. So ESBuild proved to be a really great project for us to build on top of. But what we realized, of course, working on this for a number of years, and a lot of my work going into this space in particular, owning the bundler is really hard. It's a lot of responsibility to take on, and that list of things people want from the bundler just continues to grow. And particularly when we started to go into some of these more difficult features around hot module reloading, which was not built into ESBuild, we had to add that on top, configurable node polyfills, and when we started to prototype dependency optimization to speed up builds for especially large NPM packages, we realized that effectively what we were doing is slowly reinventing an admittedly worse version of Vite. So the natural question for us that we asked ourselves at this point was, why don't we just use Vite? And this is something that the community, the Remix community, was already pushing for. There was a discussion around it, a lot of upvotes, a lot of people for other reasons wanting us to go down the road of being built on top of Vite. So to us, it felt like this was more and more feeling like the natural next step for us on the bundler side of things. And so in October of last year, we announced that we were shifting to Vite. We were shipping an initial unstable release to get some early feedback, but the goal was for us to move over to Vite as our standard way of building Remix apps. Now, I'm sure I don't have to tell a lot of you that Vite is really great tooling for JavaScript developers. But I want to flip it around today and highlight the other side of this, which is that as a framework maintainer, it's a really great platform for frameworks. And that's why we're seeing so many frameworks today built on top of Vite. So when we started going down this road, we really wanted to lean into this philosophy of saying that Remix is just a Vite plugin. We wanted to see how far we could take this. And so in our initial unstable release, this is what it looked like. You would have your Vite config written in TypeScript, which is great, not something you could do in Remix as at that point. And you would bring in the Remix plugin and add it to the plugins array in your Vite config. That meant that no longer was there yet another dedicated config file in your project. You would just hook into the existing Vite setup that you might already be using, especially if you're using tools like vtest and that sort of thing. So you've got your Vite config.ts sitting there. That meant that as a consumer now, you're not talking to Remix as your starting point. You're talking to Vite. You run Vite dev to start up your dev server. And similarly, slightly more complicated, but here when you're running the build, there's a couple of steps. You would run Vite build, which runs your client build, and that would be followed by a Vite build with the SSR flag to build your server. So one after the other. But there's one big limitation with this model that we ran into, and that's that consumers had hard-coded the build process into their build scripts. So that meant if you looked at a project built on top of Remix Vite, you'd look at their build script and you'd see that command I showed you before right there in the package JSON, Vite build and Vite build SSR. But the problem with this is that frameworks need more control. It's not something really that consumers should be owning. And that's because frameworks need to have control over the number of builds, the order of them, like whether it's the client build first before the server build or reversed. The communication between those builds is important, and once the build is finished, there may be additional logic you need to run, maybe to adapt it to a different platform, that sort of thing. So when you put all this together, there's this overarching requirement of build orchestration that wasn't being managed by Vite, and if we put Vite in your hands as the primary touch point, it was now your job to manage the build orchestration. So this became a problem for us, and we unfortunately had to step back a little bit from that philosophy of being just a Vite plugin. So when we shipped the stable release of Remix Vite and made it the standard way to build Remix apps going forward in February of this year, 2024, we had to switch that philosophy a little bit and say that Remix is mostly just a Vite plugin. So if you go look at the source code, the majority of the code is in the Vite plugin, but there's that build orchestration layer still existing in our CLI. So that meant that you still needed to call out to Remix to start up your Vite dev server or run a Vite build, but that build orchestration piece was that minimal wrapper on top. Now, as a bit of a side note, luckily Vite is a moving target in a good way. They're always adding new features that make it an even better platform for frameworks. And so in April this year, Patak here on GitHub announced the upcoming environment API for Vite. Now, this adds a bunch of new functionality to Vite, but notably for the purposes of this talk, it adds the concept of a Vite builder that lets frameworks orchestrate all the environment builds they need to get a single Vite build command to build the whole app. And they went on to say that this means that they're changing their stance on the framework as a plugin pattern, making it first class from Vite 6 forward. So as a framework maintainer, this is huge. This is Vite saying we're going to take even more responsibility of what it is to build a framework on top of Vite. With this new API, it meant that no longer would you hard code that you're running a client build followed by a server build. Instead, you just run Vite build with the app flag, and this would then delegate to the Vite builder that they described earlier. Effectively, what this means is that in your Vite config, you can configure a builder, but in practice, this would be set up by one of the plugins you're using. And in that, there's a build app hook, which has the builder instance passed to it. And this has access to the environments that you're building. Now, these environments are configurable. Frameworks can set up which environments they need. In our case, that might just be a simple client and server set of environments. Now, naively, you might just run those in parallel. If there's any dependencies, this can be managed here. You can run the client build first, in our case, followed by the server build. So the plugin can take full ownership of how exactly the build process should work. So when you put all this together, Vite is really doing a lot from a framework maintainer perspective. Vite's giving us a really great bundler with sensible defaults. So a lot of those features that I listed earlier we had to add on top of ES Build, these just come out of the box with Vite. But the whole thing is configurable and pluggable, and those plugins are composable, so it's trivial to add a bunch of them together. You get that great development environment with hot module reloading, preview server if you need it, and build pipeline. And now with the environment API, we're getting this framework as a plugin pattern. So given all of these features that Vite's giving us, it's a good question to ask, what's left for a framework? The way I think about it is that there's almost this more minimal take on a framework that's coming out of this, all of this power given to us by Vite, which is this pattern of conventions as a plugin rather than necessarily being thought of as a framework. And that's because everything else is the usual library code if you really lean into this model. We found ourselves, from a Remix perspective, looking at code like this and saying, if I'm importing components or other APIs from a package like Remix Run React, what even is Remix at this point? If the vast majority of the bundler-specific things are being done by the Vite plugin, and that line between, or that gap between what Remix is and what React Router is continues to shrink, why not just get rid of the indirection and have consumers import these things from React Router, the underlying library, directly? It seems like a much simpler mental model, much simpler way to think about things, and the code gets to live in a single place, which is great for us as maintainers as well. And so that's why in May of this year at ReactConf, we announced that we were going to be merging Remix as it exists today into React Router. So all of these great build time framework features that you expect out of Remix are going to be available to the average React Router consumer. And this is going to be made available in the upcoming React Router v7. There's a pre-release out now if you want to jump on early and give us some feedback, but it's coming very, very soon. So what this looks like is very similar to what we saw before with Remix. In your Vite config, you can pull in the React Router plugin from React Router/dev/Vite, and you add the React Router plugin to your Vite plugins array. As I said before, because that build orchestration layer is still needed because we don't yet have the environment API available, you do need to run React Router dev to start up your dev server and React Router build to start your build process, but this may change in the future. So now that React Router is giving us a lot of these extra features, now it's got its own CLI, it's managing the entry points to your application, including the commands you have to run. It gives you an official version now of the route module API that we got with Remix. You get file system routing, server and client rendering conventions, and now with added features more recently as well with SPA mode and pre-rendering. It's a pretty full-featured set here. And so it's fair to look at this now and say that React Router is now a framework. But what's interesting, I think, is that it is still a library. So all of the existing APIs that you've come to know and love from React Router 6 today are still there. So you can continue to ship as you do today, with or without the Vite plugin, with or without Vite. You can use alternative bundlers. All of those lower-level library APIs are still there. So an interesting midpoint, I think, another way to think about it is that React Router is a library that also has a Vite plugin. Again, following that conventions as a plugin pattern, where we ship you a plugin that helps you best use the library if you like, but it's completely optional. This has already started to impact our API design, especially as we're moving features from Remix back over to React Router. A really great example of this is how now in React Router v7, file system routing is not the default as it is in Remix. So instead, you configure your routes that are discovered at build time via this routes.ts config file. And it looks like something like this, where you can export an array of route config objects. Here we're defining a route, an about route. We've got a layout with some children. Now, in practice, we don't really want you to be defining these objects. Instead, we've given you these clean helper functions for generating them in a nice type-safe way. And you've also got that route config type to make sure the entire route tree is valid. But all of this is evaluated at build time, and it's all pointing to separate splittable route modules on disk. What's great about this model is because it's written in code, it's trivial for you to opt into file system routing if that's something you prefer. So what that looks like with the official FS routes package that's part of the new React Router v7 API, you have available the flat routes function, which is basically your Remix v2 file system routing conventions available. And you can just call this function in your routes.ts file, and this will hit the file system and figure out the route tree based on the files on disk, what they're named, and so on. So if you want, you can just console log the result of that flat routes there, and you will see what the resulting file, what the resulting route tree should look like. So again, if we go into this separation between libraries versus frameworks, I think what's interesting now is with this pattern of being a Vite plugin on top of a library is that you get to choose how opinionated you want React Router to be. So React Router is a library, as it always has been. But if you go to start a new React project, again, following the documentation, and you're being told that they recommend that you use a framework, then it's fair to say now that officially React Router is a framework too, or using the words of the React documentation, a production-grade React framework. And that's really great news if you're on that blue line. The half of React projects that are out in the wild today already built on top of React Router. It's great news for you because it means that all of those battle-tested framework-level features that you get out of Remix are going to be available to you in the next version of React Router. So if you're on that blue line, or if you want to join us on that blue line, I really encourage you to upgrade to React Router v7, and then try the React Router Vite plugin, whether on your existing project or on a new project, to get a feel for it, and really see how it can help your development experience and how it can help with the quality of the end product that you ship to users, which ultimately is the most important thing. And of course, we'd love you to let us know what you think. So join us in the Discord. Give us any feedback, especially while we're in pre-release, so jump on early. And yeah, I'd love to see what you think about the new Vite plugin. So that's it for me today. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so. Oh, are we on? Yes. Thank you so much, Mark. But this is not all from you. We still require you here in the interrogation booth. Thank you for the presentation. I always love just, like, there's something really calming about your presence. I just love watching you for 20 minutes every 6 months. Is
it the accent? I think it's the accent.
No, I think it's all of you, really, in one package. Library or a framework, I don't know.
You're so sweet.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a lot of questions, and we have, it was a kind of like a high-level, talk about a lot of the philosophy that, you have around, this sort of change, and I think a lot of the questions reflect that as well. A lot of, like, really high-level questions, which I think is good. So let me start with the most upvoted, by far, question, which is there anything more that you can already tell about the Remix brand in the future, now that Remix, as it exists today, is swallowed by React Router?
Yeah, so there's another aspect to why we wanted to make this move. I didn't include it in the talk because what I like is that you don't need to have this context for this move to make sense. But one of the big drivers was we were already exploring what the next generation.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
Thank you for coming back in a timely fashion, and hello to everyone joining us from home. Without further ado, we don't really have a lot of business before we get our next speaker on stage. Just a reminder, if you didn't catch the talks before, is that you can ask questions from our speakers using Slido. You go slido and use the code 2528, and we'll ask the questions live here from the speakers. So please do go there. And then that's really all I had to tell you. I would like to now introduce our next speaker, Alexandra Sikora. You know, she's done everything. What hasn't she done? You know, she used to work on GraphQL tools at Hasura. She is now exploring modern databases at HDB, where she runs the developer experience. And without further ado, let's give it up for Alexandra Sikora.
Thank you, Yanni, for the introduction. Welcome, everyone. So, yes, let me just put a timer. OK, so I'm going to be talking about modern databases in the React ecosystem. And first, a few more words about me. I do run developer experience at HDB currently. I was previously working a lot with open source at Bleed.js and also around GraphQL at the Guild and before at Hasura. You can find me on Twitter, as Alexandra says, so if you have any questions or you want to talk about anything databases related, don't hesitate to reach out, or you can check out my personal website, alexandra.codes. So not too long time ago, the development world was simple. So we had front-end developers in the world of UI, and we had back-end developers dealing with databases, servers, and so on, and there was this wall between them. And when you wanted to build a feature, the flow was like, you know, the design team would design the application, then backend team would design the API, then everyone would have to argue about the API, and then front-end developers would have to wait maybe a few weeks for the backend team to be done, then they can start their work, and if there are any inconsistencies, the work would start over. But then something interesting happened in 2009 when, with the development of Node.js, because suddenly JavaScript developers were able to write server code as well. And that slightly changed the ecosystem. The mean stack was very popular, so Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. And then we also had Next.js appearing in 2016. And in 2019, Next.js introduced API routes, which made it a full-stack framework. And now I also want you to take a look at some of the recent years. So in 2020, that was also a point where, when a lot changed in the development ecosystem. So we had Prisma beta that kind of led to development of a few tools, for example, Bit.js, where you were able to import server code directly into your client components and run it without fearing that it will leak to the browser. And then we also had a few frameworks like Redwood, T3 with TRPC Remix. And in 2022, Next.js 13 announced the integration with React Server Components. So with all of those changes, with the ecosystem changing and frameworks evolving into full-stack ones, databases landscape also changed. So now that we are able to jump in and out of the of our servers within our front end, within our client components, we can move this network boundary as it suits us. So with that, we can now explore some of the modern solutions and their strengths when it comes to databases. And that's especially important because front-end developers are more often writing back-end code nowadays, and React is now a full-stack framework. So what is the most important component of backend? It's a database. And that's the foundation of our application where we store our data, and that data powers our features. And I'm not going to give you a recipe on how to pick the best database for your project, because that decision can be a bit more nuanced than just looking at the features. There are some decisions like relational, non-relational, OLAP versus OLTP. You see, it's even hard to pronounce, so that's a lot of decisions. And those decisions should be done very early because they are costly to go back on. But instead of that, I hope to give you an overview of what you can expect in 2024 and what are some of the features that you can take into account when looking at databases. Because the truth is that not only in the frameworks world a lot has changed, but also in the databases world. And if you're not following the databases world, it might be there are a few traditional ones like Postgres or MySQL. But the truth is that we have a lot of them. There are jokes that there is a new database every week. And the thing is that those traditional databases, they can't really keep up to how React or other frameworks built on top of React changed. Because a lot of things got easier, and now we can, for example, in this code with React Server Components, we can access the database directly in our client component. And that looks fun, that looks easy, but then there is a question what is this DB? Where does it come from? And how to set it up? So those decisions and solutions that make those decisions easier is something that I want to talk about. Because databases are quite hard, and there is a lot beneath the surface that we don't really need to be bothered with when we are building applications. And there are solutions that kind of take this burden away from us. So here comes the first thing, and it's serverless databases. So with serverless databases, they do for databases what servers do, what serverless does for servers. They leave the complexity away. They also do it, the degree of like lifting the complexity depends on the chosen platform. But basically, they abstract some of the difficult stuff away from us. And there are some examples like Supabase or Firebase that will not only, they not only give us serverless databases, but also an SDK on top of it that we can use. And other features like additional storage, authentication, or AI. And there are others like AWS Aurora or PlanetScale or Neon. And what their focus is to make make Postgres or MySQL to scale easier. There's also a third category, and in this category I would put Xata, for example, which abstracts the database completely. They call themselves like Postgres++ because they not only provide a serverless database, but they also wrap Postgres to have additional functionalities. And there are, of course, some advantages and disadvantages. I have a typo in the first advantage. So the auto-scaling is obviously a huge advantage of serverless databases, low maintenance, built-in security features. But there are also things like vendor lock-in that you might want to consider, or limited customization options. But here comes another thing that is very important nowadays when we are talking about databases. It's all the things related to AI. So it's important because like databases with vectors, they promise to provide like deeper searches on data, and especially unstructured data, because instead of like searching for exact keywords, we can search like a broader term and still get relevant results. So we have kind of two directions here. The first one is databases strictly focused on AI, like in other words, vector databases. And another one is databases, regular ones, with vector indexes. So the first one, examples are Pinecone or ChromaDB, and they are optimized for AI and only for AI, and they very often offer SDK specifically for dealing with vectors. Here's a short example with Pinecone, where you can set up a new connection and then use Pinecone's SDK to work with indexes. And the other direction is regular databases, as we were using before, that added AI functionalities, because with LLMs becoming like mainstream with ChatGPT, I think in late 2022, a bunch of databases added pgvector extension as something that is built in, like Supabase, Neon, Timescale. And that's something that these days is kind of expected to have when you have a modern database. So you can, for example, do this. You can create extension. You can run create extension vector on your Postgres, like already Postgres database that you already have. Or another approach that HDB took was to have this using extension AI, which is HQL and gives vectors and also additional SDK. Here is a brief example. So you basically create an AI client and you specify the model. You can use OpenAI's models or Anthropic's models, however you wish. And then you can use the SDK to do certain things. Like in the example on the slide, I call with context to provide context to my AI, to my astronomy AI that I'm going to use to search for certain terms. And then I use query RAG function to ask a question based on the data I have in the database. And now a quick note about what's the case for AI databases. If we have vectors being added to regular databases, do we still need separate databases as Pinecore or ChromeDB? So I think that they basically have two directions. One is that maybe they will also add regular database features, so you will be able to use them not only as your vector database, but also as your regular database. And another direction is so that you are using them as kind of like a separate service. This is something that you might have seen before with Elasticsearch. A bunch of applications are using Elasticsearch as a separate database for just search services. And maybe something similar will happen with Pinecone. And then another very important trend is branching. And that's something that makes our day-to-day development much, much easier. So what is branching? So basically, whenever you're working on a feature and you create a new Git branch, you would like to have a preview deployment, right? But if your application also has a database, then you would need to have a copy of that database that the preview deployment runs against. So this is what some of the databases make out of the box. And they nicely integrate with GitHub. So whenever you make a PR, there's a new branch, then the database creates the branch, the copy of your current schema. And they are also usually nicely integrated with your hosting solutions like Vercel. Here is an example where whenever I make a feature branch, there are a new environmental variables added to my Vercel that connect to the correct database branch. And then another trend among modern databases is multimodal databases. So one example here is SurrealDB. And what they do is they let you have different kinds of data in your storage. So you do not have to make a decision like key value versus document or relational versus non-relational. You can kind of have it all inside of one database. And when you are querying your data, when you're working with your data, you can decide which one to use. Here's a very short example with Surreal database setup. I think it's one of the most promising ones when it comes to multimodal world. Another thing that is a must-have in 2024 is good type safety and developer experience. So when we are dealing with data, we would like to have everything that we have in the database properly typed in our either server or front-end code. But we do not want to write those types manually. So something that we are all probably familiar is Prisma. And in Prisma, you do the setup once, and then every time your schema changes, the new Prisma client is generated based on the schema, and you have an ORM that knows what kind of data there is, what is the shape, what are the relationships, so you can use it with full type safety. Another thing, slightly newer, is Drizzle, which is kind of a similar thing. You declare a schema, and then it infers the type based on that schema that you can use to safely run functions on your database. What's important is that it also comes with migrations tooling, both Prisma and Drizzle. So you don't have to worry about using a separate tool for that. Another example in the DX and type safety world is HDB. So you also declare a schema with what types there are in the database, what are the relationships, and you run the generate command to generate the query builder then that you can use that way. So you import the query builder and you run the functions that are available on your data. And speaking about HDB, I wanted to cover one more trend, and that is graph relational databases. So something that is new that HDB did, which is kind of similar to Xata that I mentioned before, because HDB is also a layer on Postgres. So in HDB, there's no concept of tables. There are objects, so that the focus is to make querying relations much easier. So it's kind of like combining the SQL and GraphQL words together. Here is an example SQL query that I would run in order to have some information for the database, along with an aggregate query. So an aggregate query, for example, calculates like some values, for example, minimum value of each of the rows that I have, or an average value. And normally in SQL, they do not exist together. I can either have data or a scalar value, as with the aggregate. And this is an equivalent HDB query where I can have them both in the same place. I also have an example with an ORM, how a similar query would look like if I wanted to have data, and here I aggregate reviews when I take an average rating, and also query that, built with HDB's query builder for the same thing. And now it's almost the end, and I wanted to leave you with something else. So we were thinking a while ago, like, how can we blend the best of GraphQL and SQL? And there's one thing that is still relevant with React Server components, is data fetching waterfall. So imagine you have an application, and in the root of your application, you call, for example, like get session function, and then based on whether user is authenticated or not, you render the components. And if the user is, you render like a user profile and user posts, but both of them need to wait for the get session to complete. And there are three approaches. We can have collocation, props drilling, or a custom compiler. With collocation, we run the queries against our server or database directly inside of the particular components, and that causes the waterfall, and it also may be hard to optimize. Then there's another way. We can fetch all the data in one place, but that may be more difficult to scale because you have to pass all the props down, and if your app grows, that can be overwhelming. So here is something that I want to talk about. It's work being done by Terence Besman. So he came up with this idea: what if we combined Relay from GraphQL and HDB? Because what Relay did nicely was to solve this fetch waterfall problem by having a custom compiler and extracting all the queries you had in the child components into one place and run them once. So, so he came up with this idea that we could declare fragments on the database queries in HQL, and this is a language that is being used by HDB. And then we can, in this example, he has a postcard fragment. There's also an optional defer, which means that you can defer the execution of that only if this component is being used. And in the relevant child component, we declare this function, so we declare what data is needed by that component. So if this is something that is interesting to you, you can scan this QR code and read his blog post. There are more details also, and also source code and a few more links. So some takeaways from this. Something that I want to leave you with is to stay adaptable and remember that database selection is not permanent. Yes, this early decision is very important because it influences a lot of other things, but it's also possible to change that decision if it doesn't fit you anymore. Then also remember about your user first, so take into account how many users you're going to have, whether you need real-time, and some other features that might be required to have in your database solution. Then also stay informed by knowing more or less what are some of the trends in the modern databases. And the last one, to keep building, because this is also the way to pick the best solution. And there's a case for something like polyglot programming, which means using different programming languages to do certain things. And there might also be a case for polyglot databases, which means using a different database for a specific need to optimize for that need. So thank you very much. You can scan this QR code, and that will take you to the slides.
Thank you very much, Alexandra.
Thank you.
Now let's step in the QA booth. We have a few questions for you. Thank you. Let me start, before we jump into the audience questions, feel free to submit more. I wanted to sort of just say, watching this sort of space, being a developer in this space, and then really seeing the amount of complexity that is actually every developer needs to sort of decide upon in order to...
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
In the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
Just so we don't have to spend, first 10 minutes doing introductions here. We have such a long list of questions to go through. So the theme for us today is the title that we were given to ponder upon and meditate on is Challenges of Adopting React Server Components as a Library or Framework Maintainer or Author. That's a very broad missive, and I think we're all very sort of interested in the process that goes into the meat grinder. I think Daishi today, you explained, you showed, in practice what undertaking it is to actually implement all of the different, sort of cases needed to support server components. So let's jump sort of straight into it. So, you work in Oaku, you have sort of essentially had to figure out, all of this, for yourself. How has the experience been?
Well, is it on?
Yes.
Okay. So developing React framework is tough.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons is that it's not well specified. So I went through all examples and try out many things and understand the behavior, not from the document, not from the source code, and build a mental model and create a framework, and which is still a tough task. But yeah, I've done it.
You've done it.
Yes.
Yes, round of applause. And I understand, Toby, you are in the process of doing it. You haven't quite yet done it, but you are close to having done it. Is that right?
I'm trying to staying close is difficult. But yeah, no, I feel like we're finally getting close to having something that we can ship for users to play with for sure. Yeah.
Right. So Redwood is making the sort of migration. Like before you would, like I guess Redwood would be considered sort of like centered around GraphQL, and now in the future, the next version of Redwood will be.
So next version, coming back to what are major versions, we try to, like we're on version 8. We're probably going to be version 9, 10 maybe before doing the big release with React Server components. So we try to speak in epochs instead, but we'll see. The messaging is difficult around major versions for sure. Because people, as we've heard, expect big things, but just because it's a major version break. But yeah, so next version, probably not, but yeah, next epoch definitely going to be React Server components.
Yeah, and Dominic, you're working on React Query, which is sort of like a client library, right? But are you surprised at all that you're kind of finding your library in a very pivotal position in this sort of like migration? Like in my job we use Next.js app directory and we use server components, and we use React Query as the kind of like client side cache. So you must be like seeing a lot of the like actual live end user sort of problems and challenges. Is there, anything like what's been your experience as a maintainer of a project, sort of, perceiving people adopting server components using React Query?
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward position to be in because, as you said, React Query is like fundamentally a client library, right? So all the hooks that we expose cannot be used on the server. So sometimes we get questions like, can we use this in server components? And the answer is like fundamentally no, you can't use it in a server component. You can't use it in a framework that leverages server components for rendering if you want some client-side interactivity, or if you want to start the fetch on the server and then send data or even send the promise to the client and then put it into the client cache and then continue with client-side interactivity there. But in server components themselves, and React Query doesn't actually export any components apart from the context provider, so there is really nothing that you could use in a server component, really.
Yeah, but yet it's like a pivotal part of it. And Daishi, similar, your previous effort, you are well known to be a maintainer of many state management libraries. Again, like the people that you have interacted in the past, maintaining these libraries have now sort of facing this, monumental sort of like rethink. Are you seeing any sort of churn there?
Yeah, exactly. So people who has used my state management library want to use server RSC, server components, but it's not possible because it's a client-side state management library. So I have had hard time explaining why this is not possible or what should we do. So that's one of my motivations to start developing Waku, so that I can eventually support those state management libraries. So yeah, that's the thing, how it goes.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like, we were yesterday talking about this, and I think some mindset shift is sort of like a big thing, and we'll probably spend a lot of time talking about it. So before we jump into it, Alexander, I also wanted to sort of ask you, you just gave a presentation where you showed sort of the timeline of, the things that, you have sort of worked on in the context of data. And it was very interesting in the context of React Server components, because you were in a way like a trailblazer with, Blitz, kind of this early model of, being able to import server code into client code, even though it wasn't based on RSC. So how do you sort of see this transformation? Like if you were working on that project or your next project in that space, do you think RSC would be the way to go for you?
Yes, I think so. Like something that Blitz tried to do was to like minimize this API layer to bring server closer to the client, which is also something that RSC enable. And like it was this framework that would let you run server code or access your database directly in your client components. And yes, it did not use RSC. We spent some time thinking like, okay, so how do we deal with that? How do we not copy the code? Like, how do we not have it in two places, on the server and on the client? How do we how does it communicate? So yes, like I definitely feel that RSCs are the way. It's a shame that we didn't have them back then, but it's good that we had Blitz.
Well, that is always the pain of the early adopter, the trailblazer. You have to figure out a lot of things that the later generations get for free, essentially. So let's jump into this kind of mindset shift. This seems to be something that, like, you know, yesterday we were having a bit of conversation about what we should talk about, and Dominic said something like, well, there are these developers who just don't want to update their thinking, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm one of those.
I said don't say that.
Yes, and I realized that I am one of those developers. You know, I've been doing React since, you know, pretty much the beginning, right? And I have a relatively fixed, you know, set of ideas of how I want the framework to work because it's my comfort zone, and you know, it's kind of like the area where I didn't realize that I'm being asked to innovate or grow or learn. I thought that was kind of set and I could focus on other things. And now, all of a sudden, you guys are asking me to get out of my old man habits and learn new things. Is that right?
I think it's an even bigger mindset shift than we had from when we transitioned from class components to hooks. I mean, in some way it's similar because you had to stop thinking in life cycles and you should start thinking in like data synchronization with hooks. And that kind of like wasn't easy for a lot of developers. There were lots of things you would need to, that you had learned before that you needed to unlearn and then go on with the new stuff. And I think with server components, it's similar and it's probably even more of a mindset shift because all of a sudden you need to think about where is the boundary between server and client? What can I do on the server? What can I do on the client? Where do I put those boundaries for the compiler? How do I get a server component as a child to a client component so that I don't have to have everything client components starting from one point downwards and so on? And there's a lot of unlearning that needs to be done and a lot of learning new things. And I don't know, maybe future generations will have it, of developers will have it a bit easier because they are not burdened with like working for lots of years only with this client-side stuff and then needing to like really rethink everything. Yeah, and they'll probably outperform us by a lot. I don't know.
I think the same. Like, it's difficult for us that are used to working all in the client to switch over to working on the server. But I talk to a lot of developers who are backend developers or who work with frameworks like Django, for example, and they think we are crazy doing all this use hook stuff in the client. They say we have so much simpler because we can focus on the server only. And I think with React Server Components, we can get to a simpler model for React as well. So I think that like new people picking up React, for them, React Server Components is actually making things simpler and easier.
Yeah, I think definitely it's simpler for newcomers. But if you have already existing apps, you have to migrate to the new one. Then you want some like each component to migrate, like one or two client components to server component. But the best practice is that we should use server component as much as possible. So there is a big gap between this migration path and free new. So that's one of the tricky thing, I guess.
Yes, but also something that Yanni mentioned, like there are people who are already used to the current model and it might take some time for them to learn the new one. Like even though for the newcomers, like learning from scratch, like that there is an RSC thing, it might be good, but I think there's a bunch that would need to go through a certain like frustration phase to, you know, how to switch to those components or like how to learn those things, how to write differently.
Yeah, I mean, the one word that I hear a lot in this conversation is simplicity, right? Like it makes, you know, like trying to sort of go towards simplicity for, you know, the developer perspective, and then you as the framework or library authors have to sort of carry the, you know, the complexity, and then I guess that's always the framework's job, you know, like find an abstraction that sort of like does, you know, most of the work in a way that aids the developer. Where do you think that we are in the sort of like actual end user or the end developer experience there? Like if you look at the current implementations of server components, I think Next.js is the most production used one, and then Waku, for example. Is it already today, like would you say that it's simpler, and will there be further opportunities for simplification to build applications in this new model?
So I've yet to build something like production grade with server components. So from my perspective, we're still on the very edge of things. Like if you look at things that are being discussed on Twitter or at conferences, this is still very far away from what's actually happening in the biggest part of the long tail of the industry, right? So we're still all the very early adopters, even though server components exist for, I don't know, over a year or something. Yeah, I still think it's going to take a much longer time until there's broad adoption of them.
Yeah, and I also think that we need more implementations than just one to be able to see what are actually the good parts and what parts can be improved. It's difficult to know like what is fundamental to how React Server components have to work, and what is just the way that we next choose to implement the protocol, or what's the framework doing, and what's part of React. It's difficult to know when there's just one implementation. So when more people start using Waku, when Redwood can finally ship something that people can play around with, and we have like 3 different implementations, that's when I think we can start seeing what are the good patterns and what should we carry forward.
Yeah, if I were to add it, so Waku is developed because I wanted to have RSC only, without SSR, without router. I just wanted to learn how RSC works. And so there was no such things before. So this is my first one. This should be the first one. And you can learn RSC without SSR and router.
Yeah, that's like Redwood, for example. You said we need 3 implementations, and so we have Next.js, now we have Waku, and then it sounds like Redwood might be sort of the third one. What are you learning from the prior art? You look at, for example, Next.js implementation. Of course, some of it is tied to the sort of assumptions they have around the infrastructure and look where the apps are hosted. But what are the things that you go oh, those are good ideas, and then maybe those are something that we want to innovate upon?
Yeah. So when we started, there were basically no examples out there, no documentation. So we started looking at Next, but React Server components are actually pretty easy, or the concept is simple. But implementing it in a framework is very, very difficult. And trying to pick out the parts that are fundamental to React Server components by looking at the Next source code is difficult, just because Next is such a big framework and they do so many things. So I actually started by copying a lot of code from Waku, because you guys have always been a few months ahead of us, so I could learn a lot from what he was doing there in Waku, and that was much simpler because we had previously switched from Webpack to Vite, and he was also the first author to build on top of Vite with server components, so that also made it easier for us to learn from his example. Now it's much easier. Now there are lots more examples out there. So if you want to implement something from scratch with React Server Components, there are YouTubes, there are blog posts, and lots of examples out there you can look at. But when we started, there was nothing like that.
Yeah, as I said, there is no docs, but there's something called fixtures in the React repository, which you can learn from, and that runs RSC only. So that was one of my resources. I didn't look into Next.js code because it's complicated, and it combines everything. So yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that fixture is one good resource, and I did much experiments with how it behaves, and I somehow made it work.
Yeah, it almost seems to me in some sense that React Server Components is less an implementation and more just a specification. It's, of course it's specification in code, and it has parts that you use in the implementation, but it does leave it, the framework authors to sort of figure out the shape of things. So do you guys sort of talk in the background? Is there some kind of working group or sharing? Do you build any sort of shared knowledge, utilities, understanding, or is it still very much everybody's just in their own silo figuring it out, and the kind of convergence will come later?
There's a little bit of both. When we first started, we were actually approached by the Facebook or Meta team and invited to an internal work group, their internal Facebook kind of work environment. But that was actually pretty quiet. Not much was said in there. But now I'm part of a similar group of people who builds on top of Vite, and that's been very useful. We share learnings and questions there, and I learn a lot from reading what other people questions are and what their answers are. And especially for Vite, there are actually a lot of people who are right now experimenting with different things. There are lots of exciting developments going on there to learn from.
Okay, well, I wanted to ask one sort of spicy question. I don't know, feel free not to answer this if this is something that is not within your sort of comfort zone, but like right now we have this one implementation of server components that's really maturing out there, and it also happens to be made by the company that employs the React core team and pays them to, build this, sort of technology. It's like, how do you see sort of like that relationship, in the long run for the community as kind of like third-party implementers? Like, obviously there's some good parts, but are there some challenges as well?
No one wants to answer.
Well, when I'm hearing what the other framework authors are actually struggling with, it does feel like there's maybe a bit of an unfair advantage in this whole situation where there was where it was said that here are React server components, they are now ready, you can use them, and Next.js has implemented them and it's ready, and all the others go figure it out yourself. Maybe, I don't know, but I haven't had this struggle myself, and I think from another perspective, I think it's actually good that the maintainers of the React core team are now a bit more distributed among different companies. I think that doesn't hurt generally.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think we all agree, and we see that with Next itself now with the what's it called, Open Next initiative or something like that, where you can actually start deploying Next fully functioning on other ecosystems, not just with inside Vercel. And I think it's the same with React server components. It needs to be implemented in more than one place. I think it's best for all of us.
Speaking of the unfair advantage, I'm not sure if this is really tied to React core team being employed by by Vercel, but also the fact that Next team is quite huge. I remember that we were struggling with that with Blitz. We couldn't iterate as fast as they did. So at one point, they were, they were adding features, they were releasing new Next.js versions, and there was no way for us to catch up with 2-person team. So that may be also a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we feel that all the time. They just had the Next Conf, and obviously they have lots of awesome features, but then we also have to remember they're a big team and we are very small. We're definitely the underdogs here, and you're just pretty much on your own. So I bet it's even worse for you.
Yeah, but for the full disclosure, Vercel sponsored Waku, so they care about the community. So I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I think I definitely don't want to try to force a narrative of there being a competition or an unfair advantage in the sense that there is a race to some sort of a payoff, right? These different entities have highly different motivations on sort of exploring this kind of thing. I think I'm mainly thinking from a perspective of a developer who himself wants to build applications and wants to use the sort of best tool for the job, and then some tools are sort of tied to certain, for example, infrastructure platforms and et cetera. Is there, there was a term bandied about, a few years ago, because some people called it the React industrial complex. There's this kind of a industry of companies around, this. Is RSC sort of making React, because of the implementation complexity of the framework, sort of, is it becoming more of a, a few dominant players field, or do you feel like there's possibility for individual developers to contribute in an open source, sort of open community sense, as much as maybe in the olden days of client-only development?
I think there's definitely still room for individual experimentation and contributions. Definitely contributions. At Redwood, we're always happy for more contributions, and it's easy for, well, maybe not easy, but we welcome anyone and happy to help anyone to get started with contributing for sure.
Another motivation I developed Waku is to accept more to grow the ecosystem. So I provide some minimal primitives people can use to develop a new library on top of it. So that's really my goal.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And I think, given that you do the hard graft and the fact that other people can innovate on that, that's, I think it's...
And also, the V team is doing a great job making it easier for people to build these things, especially with V6 coming up with the environments API. It's going to make a lot of this much simpler than it was before. And also make it easier, of course, for anyone to build something with their own twist to React server components. And it's, like you said, it's more of a specification, and people can choose what parts of it that they implement. So I think we're going to see some interesting things coming out of the Remix team with their takes on it. And we see with TanStack, their take on React server components is also super interesting. So I think we'll see more of that.
Yeah, what is the TanStack take on React components? Server components, I actually don't know anything about this.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the topic. I'm not really involved with TenStack Start that much, but the way I understand it is that Tenor is trying to see React Server Components as like the RSC payload as just another form of data that you transfer from the server. So similar to the Remix approach, where you basically have loaders that can return components, right, that will be then sent as RSC payload to the client. In TenStack Start, you will very likely have server functions that you can declare and that can either return data, JSON, whatever, or streams, or RSC payload. And then you can create components on the server and stream them down to the client like that. So different approach than Next.js and also Waku are having. But yeah, I think the more different takes there are, like it's like experimentation on like a very edgy level, and we'll, you know, throw things at the wall and see what sticks basically of it.
Nice. So one thing that we've discussed here is clearly there's like a need for implementations, you know, additional implementations, you know, in order to learn more about the sort of qualities of this technology. But like, what else is needed? Like, I know, Toby, you're working on some developer tools kind of stuff. But like, what is the kind of state of you know, like if people want to get involved in sort of like, you know, exploring the space, like what are some of the sort of like areas that are clearly screaming for attention but haven't yet sort of received it?
Yeah, like you said, and in my talk, in a few minutes. I'm going to talk more about developer tooling, and I think that's something that is really needed. And I think that Next team is also realizing that it's needed, but they have other things to focus on as well. So there's definitely room for contributions there if you want to get involved, and it's also a very, very good way to become an expert on React Server Components themselves, like to build tools on top of them or for them really forces you to understand how they work.
So anybody else have any wish list of?
Yeah, I don't know if that's been figured out already. It's like how to test all these server component setups apart from end-to-end testing. I think that was the answer initially. Like if you have like an app with server components and you want to test it, you need end-to-end tests on it. I think Storybook then tried to get some support for server components as well. I don't know how the current status is, but yeah, last time I checked, it was just right end-to-end tests, and I was like, okay, this is good for some situations, but not what everybody's doing all the time. So how do you go about that? So I don't know if that's an answered question in the meantime, but this was something I've been wondering now.
Well, one thing I've heard, you know, time and time again come up in this conversation is kind of like how, you know, there hasn't been a lot of documentation, or, you know, like there isn't like a one sort of like authoritative resource on sort of like how to get started. Is now the sort of time to create it, or are we still figuring out the things?
Yeah, I guess so. But our team did a great job, and we have a website, Waku website, which explains everything from the start. Without you knowing RSC, it explains everything to get used to it. So, but that's our website. It would be nice if there was a more website with authority.
I have to say, though, that the React team has done a great job on their documentation. Now there actually is much more documentation than there used to be. And they even have some sections in their documentation that they say that this is for framework authors. So this is how the framework should implement this. And then they have another section for how users should use it. And that's been super helpful. I wish that existed when I started.
Nice. Well, it looks like we're coming sort of like towards the end of our time. We have about 4 minutes left, and we have 4 panelists here, so I figure let's do a little lightning round here. What's something like exciting that you are, you know, personally working on or looking forward to working on in the sort of like a coming year? Is there something that like you're really looking forward to sinking your tooth in? I didn't prepare these people for this question, by the way. So, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so not with like slightly related to server components, but what we're currently trying to implement is a suspense integration into React Query that's built on basically passing the promise from use query back to the users, where they can then pass it to the use operator to basically trigger suspense at any level that they want to. And this goes hand in hand with also creating the promise on the server and then passing it, streaming it down to the client, and basically consuming it, like triggering the prefetching on the server and then consuming it on the client. Those are all things that are somewhat experimental, but also very interesting to wrap your head around, like starting a promise on the server and then sending it down to the client. I technically don't know how that actually works, but I think it just works, at least in Next. So that's pretty cool.
Personally, I really look forward to start playing more around with the data fetching part. In Redwood, we have this concept of a cell that uses GraphQL to fetch data. And we want to, like, our users, we love it, our users love it, and we want to have something similar for React Star components. So that's an area that I want to dive more into when our overall RC implementation is more stable.
Something that's exciting for me, and I think it can be possible with React Server components, is I would like to see a relay solution for React Server components. We are, like, now that we don't have to have like the API layer, we can access data from the components directly. It would still be nice to have kind of like a compiler on top of it, something like related for GraphQL. And that might be something that we'll start exploring at HDB.
Yeah, you sort of teased that at the end of your talk already.
Yeah.
Are you getting to already work on that, or is that a next year's kind of thing? Or
I think it's more like next year kind of thing.
But yeah, it looked very exciting, and it's a shame that we didn't have time to talk more about GraphQL, because like this is also some of these things I feel like with every revolution in technology, we're sort of like part of the old baby gets left in the old bathwater as we sort of like move forward, so to speak. And like, you know, I've been a big user of GraphQL over the years, so hopefully we'll get to talk about that in your Q&A in the Q&A room in a bit. Daishi.
Yeah, this is something I keep saying today, but Waku is getting ready. It's still V0, but we are working hard to make it V1. But to make it stable, we need some collaborators, or at least people who have to try it to make it stable. So I really encourage you to try it out and give a feedback to us.
Nice. Thank you. Well, what I look forward to is I think this panel has clearly now convinced me that I am, overdue for a mindset shift, and maybe next year will be me starting to, actually like play again with this sort of, like new technology and like see what are the actual opportunities. Because right now I'm just a cranky old man who feels like everything is shifting sand. So thank you all for working on sort of creating that future, and I hope next year to be more involved in it. So thank you for our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. And I will let you go while I do some housekeeping on the stage. So thank you very much. Please be removed. Okay, so very, very quickly, we are now having a coffee break. If you do want to talk more about this, I'm sure that the after party will have opportunity to catch the speakers. And now on this coffee break, if this clicker words work, okay. On this coffee break, Contentful, one of the sponsors, is doing the raffle for the prizes in the cafe area over there. So if you have submitted for that, then please go see if you're a winner. Let's go grab some coffee, and I'll be back here for Toby's talk after. Thank you.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone is refreshed, got some fresh air, got some coffee. You may hear from my breath that I was not looking at my clock. Sorry, but I'm here and ready for Toby's talk. Yesterday, I met Toby during the speakers dinner, and we found out that we have a mutual love for Swedish metal. Any metalheads in the audience here? Like 2 hands, okay, thank you. Yeah, you have great music taste. And Toby is going to be talking about Redwood. Any Redwood users in the audience here? I can't see a lot because I have a lot of lights in my eyes, but I'm guessing there's a few hands going up. And I had one joke prepared, but before I tell you this joke, I need to tell you I'm a dad, okay? So just setting the bar here. After this talk, we're going to answer the question once and for all. To be or not to be?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for deciding to spend this time with me here. As you heard, my name is Toby, or Toby, which apparently means bathtub in Dutch, I learned yesterday. Is this funny? Yeah, so Redwood, I don't think I actually saw any hands in there when you asked. So yeah, Redwood is a super productive framework for building full-stack JavaScript, TypeScript web applications. This is Redwood Studio. It's a companion app that you have access to with every Redwood app that you build. It's a collection of useful tools that you as a developer can use. Right here we see the main dashboard with some performance graphs. And if we look at the navigation menu, you can see what else is available. We have OpenTelemetry monitoring. There's a section for some GraphQL tools. We have the database section where you can see your database schema in a graph, so like an ER diagram. And we use Prisma as our ORM. But going here, you can see the actual SQL statements being sent to your database. Next up, we have the mailer integration. So when you run Studio, you have your own dev time email inbox. So when you work on any features of Redwood where you send emails, you never run the risk of sending test emails out to actual customers, because they will all end up here in Studio. And you can also preview your email templates. Then we have the RC section, which is what we're going to talk about today. But finally, I just want to mention SSR, where you get a preview of what your different pages will look like when you share them on social media. And finally, there's just some studio information at the bottom there. Before I jump into the RSC section, just want to make sure that we're all on the same kind of baseline level of knowledge about React Server Components. I mean, this is React Advanced, and you have all decided to listen to a talk on React Server Component dev tools, so I guess you have some sort of idea about what React Server Components are. But just quickly, React Server Components is a way to execute React components on the server in a server context. Like, we've been doing React components on the server for a while with SSG and SSR, but that has always been in a client or a browser context. And all those components are then also sent to the browser and executed in the browser as well. With server components, they are only ever run on the server in a server context. And then the result of running those components is sent to the client with this new format known internally as flight, but more commonly known as the RSC payload. It's a new line delimited JSON-ish kind of format. So now, now that you know that, if we go into the first item there in our RSC part of the menu, we have the cache. And right off the bat here, you can see this RSC payload format as the cache values. The cache key, I don't know, it's too small for you to see, but the cache key is the URL of the page that you're visiting, and the value is, as I said, the RSC payload. Caching is difficult. Caching on the server is difficult. Caching on the client is a little bit more difficult. Cache invalidation on the client is super difficult from a framework perspective. So I knew that as soon as I started implementing caching support on the client, I needed to build, or I wanted to build some dev tooling around that. So that's why I added this. Honestly, though, we hope that we can ship without RSC client-side caching. We think that as a developer, you have much more control if you can do the caching on the server, especially around cache invalidation. Maybe we make it opt-in for routes where you know that it would really make a difference. But if we do, we're definitely also going to make the cache invalidation strategy configurable for you as a developer. But yeah, hopefully, we can ship with just server-side caching, and then just do normal stale while validating logic on the client. And hopefully, that will give a good enough user experience. Yeah, so this is client-side caching, and more specifically, like full-page client-side caching. So the cache entry is actually much, much longer than what you can see here. It's the entire page payload that is cached. I have some other ideas around more focused caching, like more granular just for data fetching. In current Redwood, we use GraphQL, and we have the Apollo client cache. It's super powerful, and it would be interesting to see if there are any concepts from how the Apollo cache works that we can apply to data fetching with React Server Components. Maybe there's something in the back of my head here around RSC islands, but now I'm just mostly dreaming. So let's take it down a notch and keep going what's actually possible and available right now. This is the first. This is the last page. We had cache, then we have RSC payloads. I'm gonna skip that for now because that's the juicy part. And do render routes. This is the feature that we have the most work left to do on. But the idea is that you have a list of all of your routes. When you click on one of the routes, you get a graph of all of the components that are visible on that page. And then we can highlight what components are rendered as server components and what components are rendered client components. We think that this can be super helpful, especially from an educational standpoint, because we, as a framework, we feel that we need to educate our users. But also for app developers and team members on your team to quickly see what components you have on your page and where they render. This actually started out as a simple Excalibur graph like this. I drew this graph a long time ago when we first started exploring React Server Components within Redwood. So at the top, you have the page component, example page. And then that is a server component. And everything below in orange is also server components. And then as you can probably guess, the blue parts are client components. The aha moment here, or what you can see, is that as soon as we switch over to client components, everything below that is client components. But there's one important thing here. This means that the blue components are imported from other client components. It's the import. It's where a component is imported that is important. Having a graph like this makes it easy to see if you have components that you thought were only ever rendered on the server that are now being rendered on the client. Like if you look at number.tsx here, for example, that component is rendered on the server up under data display, but it's also rendered as a client component at the bottom. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. This might be exactly what you wanted. But if you thought that it was only rendered on the server, having a graph like this can be really eye-opening for you. So if you wanted it to be a server component only ever rendered on the server, you can definitely do that. What you would have to do is move the import. Because right now, it's imported from td.tsx. But if you move that import up to where the graph is orange, so for example, into table data cell, you would have a graph that looked like this instead. So now it's a server component that is passed down as props to TD and then rendered to the screen. So this is the kind of graph that I want to have in the middle here. There's still a lot for us to figure out to make that possible, but that's the goal here. And now the final part of our RC tooling, the RC payload. Before I dive into this section, I want to pause a little bit and say that as a framework, we write a lot of code, of course, a lot of glue code between different libraries that we integrate. But we also depend on a lot of code that other people have written. So I want to take this opportunity to give a special shout out to Alva Lagerlöf, who is here in the audience today. The RC payload part of Studio would be nowhere near as good as it is if it wasn't for the awesome work that Alva has done on his RC parser library. So thank you, Alva. And actually, yeah, why don't we give a huge round of applause? Not just to Alva, but to all of the open source maintainers whose work benefits us all daily. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So back to the RC payloads page. Up top, you see a timeline of all of the RC responses that the app has received. And then below, there's a list of all those same responses as well. I'm going to focus on the fourth one from top. The key is the slash. So this is for the root page or the home page. So if I click on that in our dev tools here, I'm taken to this page. Starting in the top right corner, we have the raw RC payload. There are 10 lines of this new line delimited JSON-ish kind of format there, each line representing one chunk of the home page. On the other side, you have a circle diagram, and in that circle diagram, you have all those same 10 chunks. And we can immediately see that there's one chunk, the green one, that's like half of the payload size. So that might be a chunk that we want to dive into a little bit deeper. Below the circle diagram, those same chunks are also available, and you could get a name for them. So the green one, you can probably not see, but the green one is called model 0. Going back to the other side again, below the raw RC payload, we have some statistics. So this is useful if you compare different payloads. You can, what we see there, or what is available there is the render duration. So you can see, okay, how long did it take for the server to render this server component? And you also get the payload size, like how big is this payload in total? And that might give you some insight into, okay, wow, well, this is really big. Why is this component so big? Maybe there's some data there that we don't need to include in the initial RC payload. Maybe we can lazy load it on the client later for some speedups. All right, so let's dive into the big one, the green Model 0 one. If I click on that one, I'm taken further down the same page to this view. What we have up top there is just that single chunk line from the raw payload. It's super wide and very difficult to read. So right below it, we have a pre-printed version of it, the same payload. It's also still kind of hard to read, because instead of being super wide, now it's just super long instead. But what's neat about the pre-printed version is that it's interactive. You can click here. So what I can do is I can collapse the top div element, the first div element there, and see that we have this. So now, just a fair warning here, we're going deep. This is on a technical framework, React internals kind of level, but what we have here is, in the pre-printed version, we have an object with a key of __ rwjs _ routes. That's just me making sure that that I'm not overwriting anything. This is unique to Redwood. And then we have the entire chunk. So you can see that this big chunk was just one big div element with a bunch of nested elements inside. So for those of you who are not familiar with Redwood, we have one single routes file. We don't do file system routing. We have a single routes file that's called routes.tsx or JSX, depending on if you're a TypeScript or JavaScript project. And remember that I clicked on the fourth item from the top with just a slash or the root URL, and that maps to the home page. And that's what you, possibly at least if you're in the front row, can see in this route file. At the top there, you have a route definition for the slash path, and then that maps to the home page. You can also see in the route file that up top, there's a navigation layout that wraps all of the pages. So what the router will actually render here is the navigation layout and then the single page that mapped to the URL we're currently on. And what we can start doing now is mapping what we have in the payload with what is actually rendered. So in the payload, we can see let's see, here we go. Yeah, so in the payload, we can see in green, in the pre-printed version, you see class name and then navigation layout. And if you look closely in the raw output, you can see that also in the middle. So that corresponds to each other. And if we look at the actual implementation of the navigation layout, the source code, we can see that we have the same class name right there. And below it, there's a standard HTML nav element. That's also available in the payload. It's like at the end of what we can see in the raw output, and then also in the pre-printed version. So now you can start getting a sense of how the payload works. It's basically just a more compact version of your raw JSX. And then there are some blue nodes there. I will get into them in a second, but first I want to show you one more thing. And to do that, I need to go back to this view. So all of the payloads that are mapped to something that looks like a URL. But there's one that stands out. In the middle, right below the one we clicked, there's one that's different. If you can't read it, it says RSA action 0.mjs, and then a hash, and then an identifier, which is onSend in this case. So because it's different, of course, we need to look into that. Why is that different? What is that? So I click on it, and I come here, and it looks pretty much exactly the same as for the home page that we just looked at. There's still this big green one for Model 0, so I'm going to keep going on into Model 0. It's still the same, but now if I collapse all of the elements inside the div, we get here. So, and now we can see there's actually one more. There's a new thing here. So let me zoom in. If you look at the pre-printed version here, you see the key still for routes and the div with all of the nested elements. But below it, you have something called RSA data, hello world, etc. So this is how I have chosen to implement support for React Server Actions. When you execute the server action, you get the result of that action execution, the return value of your action or your function. You get that returned, but also you get the whole page again that you're currently on. So if your server action updated a value that is part of some of your server components, you get that as part of the return value as well. You don't get just the return value, but you also get the entire page rendered with this value already updated in the page. So now we can just ask React to take the updated payload and do a virtual DOM diff to what it's currently rendering on the user's browser and just update the value that was updated by your action. This saves us from doing another round trip to the server just to get the updated value. OK, now let's keep going again, expanding the div there. And now going like more deeply into the nested objects. We see these blue nodes again that I promised I would get back to. We have two that says lazy node. And this is how React knows to lazily load one of your client components. So remember, the RC payload is all about the server components. And you need a way to tell React to load client components as well. And that's how that works. There's a lazy node thing in the payload. In the middle, we have a server reference. And these blue nodes are all clickable. So I can click on one of them. I can click on the server reference. And it will take me to that part of the payload. And if you look at the predefined version here, you can see it's a long file name. And at the end of the file name, you see RC actions 0, MJS hash, and then the ID on send. And now we actually come full circle, because that's exactly what I clicked on right here. So this is how you can navigate and explore your RSA payload inside Redwood Studio. And all of the tools that I've shown to you here today have been immensely useful internally on the team for us to get a better understanding of how React Server components work. And they have been especially useful and especially educational for us who have been part of implementing this. That's mostly been me and another guy on the team named David Thyrson. Redwood is open source, and we're always looking for contributors. So if you also want to be a common and RC expert, I can really recommend that you help us flesh out the missing features here. And I will personally help you get a PR merge for Studio if you're interested. That's all I had to say. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Awesome. So I guess that answers the question. It's to be, right?
It's to be.
It's to be. It was meant to be. Sorry, I feel so bad, but it was like an itch that I needed to scratch making that joke. So yeah, but I got some laughs, so it was worth it. We're going to jump into the audience questions. First question is from...
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
With just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back, everyone. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, but I'm sad to say it's the last speaker of the day. I've been having a lot of fun. How have you found this day so far? Let's try that again. How was this day so far? All right. Decent, decent. We're going to try again when Jack walks on the stage. So when the other MCs and I were preparing for the day, what we always do is we go over the list of speakers and say, like, I want to introduce him, I want to introduce her, I want to do this talk, and then basically we all said we wanted to do Jack, but Johnny said, I want to do Jack all. But yeah, that was just Johnny. I think the prize, we don't have a prize, but I just invented it half a minute ago. We're going to have a prize for the most clickbaity talk title, and that's going to go to Jack, because is React really dying? Well, you're going to see a nice little logo later on. It's quite controversial, but hey, if anyone knows Jack, we know that we're in for a treat with some great knowledge sharing. Anyone watches Jack's YouTube channel? Nice, 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 nice. All right, I guess after this, we'll have like 200 more subscribers. So Jack, take it away. Stage is yours.
All right. Okay. Yeah, is React really dying? On fire, the React logo. So you all learned a lot of advanced React today, right? Yeah. Okay, turns out none of it matters. Because if you go on X, or you go on my comment stream on YouTube, this is the kind of stuff you get. React is dead. Crazy, right? Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of the guy who wants to actually figure that out. So I figure, well, if they got to go somewhere, right? If they're not doing React, they're going to do Svelte, Solid, Vue, Angular, maybe. So I'm a numbers guy, too. Maybe figure it out. So let's take a look at the numbers. So let's start out with Svelte. Let's see, how's Svelte doing? All right, well, Svelte's getting 1.5 million downloads per week. That's real good. If you're running an open source project and you're getting 1.5 million downloads a week, you're doing pretty good, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Let's try Angular. How's Angular doing? Oh, Angular's pulling 3.5. Not bad, but a little bit of a kind of leveling there. It's kind of interesting over the past couple of years. So definitely, I would say probably not a competitor with React. Okay, how about Vue? And by the way, this is like a little app that I wrote, and guess what? In React, right? Of course. I didn't use AG Grid, though, sorry, AG Shards. Sorry about that. I should next time. All right, so that's Vue. That's doing pretty good. I think that could be competitive with React. But do you guys think it's competitive with React? Okay, let's see. React dwarfs everything. 25 million downloads a week. Crazy. So actually, I was like, well, maybe it dwarfs everything. So I added all of it up, all of React versus all of everything else, literally every other framework. And React is 2.5 times more downloads than all of the other frameworks combined. Crazy, right? So let's talk about, well, actually, so React is a library. Let's talk about the frameworks. Let's talk about Next and Nuxt and all that and compare those, because that's, when you put this into action, it's mind the gap. React is not a standalone thing. You need to add something to it. So let's go and compare the frameworks. So let's go take like Next and React Router and compare those to how Nuxt and all of the other ones like SvelteKit and all that, how are they doing? Incredible, 4.4 times the number. In fact, actually, I would say React Router is a huge part of this. React Router gets a lot of downloads. Basically, you got the SPA is going to be React Router. Next is going to be your SSR. All right, but it's not just that. It's us. It's us downloading the React developer tools. 4 million users. That's 4 million developers. It's incredible. So with all this popularity, is it dead? Maybe, but it still sucks, right? That's another thing I get. It's dead or it sucks. What do we say? Okay, you got all these things. You don't use this. Use Svelte. Use Solid. All that stuff's better than that. So do React developers think React sucks? Well, we actually had a survey for that. We had the State of JS 2023. Everybody take the State of JS? All right, okay, fine, all right. You really should. These are fantastic surveys. They really help folks figure out where the community is going. And the community in this case is really liking React. 71% of respondents say that they knew about React, one, and that they liked React. 28% said they didn't like React, so about three quarters. That's really good for a framework that has, or a library that has 4 million users. That's incredible. You compare that to Vue, you compare that to Angular. The only one that really comes close is Svelte. It's got about the same number of enthusiastic, positive reviews, but the salient big difference here is that the kind of light blue is a very odd chart, honestly, I gotta say. But people aren't actually using Svelte. They know about it, but they don't actually use it. Whereas with React, they use it and they like it. So does that describe you guys? Do you like and use React? Absolutely, okay, thank you, okay. How about pain points? So there was also the State of React 2023. It came out like barely at the end of 2023. And there's an interesting thing here, right? You look at that chart and you're like, wow, people have all kinds of problems like forward ref and memo and performance. What people don't notice is down there in the tiny little fine print at the bottom, it says that only 1,500 people out of the 13,000 that took the survey said that they hated anything about React. That's only 12%. It's actually less than we saw before with the state of JS. And back to the state of JS, ever since it was released, 2016, people have ranked it as the #1 most positive framework over time. And that's just incredibly impressive. All right, one last chart for you guys. So admired and desired, this is from Stack Overflow. They kind of have a very interesting way of thinking about this. But let's take a look up at the top. React, overall, incredibly positive sentiment. Like Next.js is third on the line. You hear all these negative things about these frameworks. People really like it. And I think that's something when you think about all the stuff that you learned today, just think about, you're investing in a really good technology that people really like. All right, so also learn that when you put React with boots on, you get a very creepy, weird image in AI, or in Leonardo AI in this case. So he's not dead yet. I actually want one of these. It's really cool. It's got like some sort of plasticky kind of thing going on. All right, so what's going on here, right? So this is an odd difference between these things. You have an incredibly positive, everybody's using this framework, and you got all these folks out there saying, it's dead, it's this and that. So as a YouTuber, I get to talk to folks a lot about the problems that they have in the comment stream, and I got some insights. So I've got 3 basic buckets, and a dry mouth, of things that people don't like, or the issues that folks are having with React. The first is that they're just overwhelmed by the amount of stuff that you have to choose when you start working with React. So what would those be? The rendering model, right? You got to choose. Are you going to use server-side rendering, client-side rendering, SSG, static site generation, incremental site generation? There's so many options to choose from. Are you going to use a component library? Are you going to use MUI, like our down in the courtyard? Are you going to use ShadCN, Tailwind? Any fans of ShadCN out there? Yeah, okay, all right, cool. State managers? Anybody use Zustand? How about Zustand? I'm kind of curious, actually. Is it Zustand or is it Zustand? Okay, Zustand? Yeah? Yeah? How about Zustand? Okay. I've heard that I did a video on Zustand way early days, and I said Zustand because I'm an American. I say it that way. And man, the German folks came out and they're like, no, you cannot say it that way. You gotta say it Zustand. So I learned that, and now everybody's like, Zustand, like, what are you saying? All right. What are you going to use for an API layer? Are you API standard? Are you going to use TRPC, GraphQL, gRPC? God forbid. Sorry about that. Please don't use that. REST. If you do use gRPC, use twerp. It's really cool. It's from Twitch. Actually makes it halfway palatable to use. A persistence layer. Are you going to use Prisma? Are you just going to go direct to the database? How are you going to store your data? And then how are you going to lay your project out? Is it going to be a monorepo? Are you going to be sharing code? Are you going to use linting standards? Which linting standards are you going to use? I mean, everything is a choice. And there are frameworks out there that are really nice in that they kind of make a lot of those choices for you, like Angular is a classic example. But React, having its kind of roots in working in whatever environment you have and kind of replacing your existing view management model, basically said, well, it's up to you, which is actually kind of cool, but also daunting, because you might choose wrong, but I'm here to tell you that choosing wrong is actually okay. So, born out of my experience, I can tell you, first thing you want to do is use defensive programming, right? If you're going to buy into something, try to make sure that you can isolate it as much as you can. We talked about like a state manager. So you got some cool business logic going on in your state manager. You have to like decide how to put stuff in a cart or something like that. Disconnect it from the state management mechanism as best as you can, so that if you decide later on that you want to change your state manager to Zustand from something else, then you can do that. Another thing is that churn, that things change, is going to be any part of the process of a healthy application. So you might, because the specifications may change, you may get a cool new customer that's like, oh, it's got to have GraphQL in it. And then you got to come up to speed on that. So that is part of the process. You got to make sure that you build that in. And then as things change, you got to prioritize catching up with it. So if you want to go from 4.1 to 4.2, cool, but don't over prioritize that. You don't want to have the only thing in your tech debt be updating your package JSON all the time. All right, so number 2 is halfway through. So React has gotten too complex. Anybody hear this from folks? Oh, it's too complex. It used to be this simple statement, simple view library, and now it's gotten crazy. So one of the things I hear about in terms of complexities are the re-rendering mechanics. So when you talk to your teams and you talk to folks who are starting out using React, I've done a lot of videos about the basics mechanics of React, and this is what a lot of folks get stuck on. There's one thing I call like the magic template idea, which is that the return statement of that function and the component is somehow a magic template that automatically gets rerun, but the code above it doesn't. So these are things that a lot of folks, when they're just starting out with React, learn, and they're mistaken. So they need to figure out how to get around that, or figure out what the right way is. Effects with useEffect and also asynchronous programming, that is a big pain point for folks. And also, this one I hear all the time about client-server rendering and also state management and the confusion between the two. What does the state management look like on the server? How does that sync with what's on the client? Some folks think that there's an actual continuous connection between those two things. There's not. Last year I was here talking about the connection between, I think it was Redux and Next.js and how to properly use Redux in a Next.js context. It's complicated. It really is. So figuring that all out is really important, or that's the stuff that folks struggle with. So let me tell you a couple of strategies that I use, or recommendations that I have for you. One is to know those React fundamentals cold, like the rendering model, how components re-render, when components re-render, what triggers a re-render, what doesn't trigger re-render. You have to know those cold. Also, understanding JavaScript and TypeScript, like how, in particular, how objects and arrays work. A lot of folks get messed up with memory management, objects, arrays, particularly nested objects, where they can mutate a value kind of deeply nested inside of an object, and they get freaked out when I changed it over here and it's somehow copied over there. What's happening? And so I did a whole video just on memory management, going back to the absolute basics of how a computer lays out memory and how that actually changes and how that actually works inside of JavaScript. And that's a huge deal because folks, when they go through boot camp, that's not something you learn. And it's something you end up learning by getting incredibly frustrated by it when you run into bugs with it. And then another thing I see is that folks overcomplicate their architecture. They bring in all kinds of libraries when they don't need to. So they'll start off with Vite, and they'll just add on a couple of state managers or whatever because everybody uses them. And before you know it, they've got just way too much code, and they have no understanding of what the heck it all does. Another thing I see a lot, or the last one I see a lot of, is innovation fatigue. The framework just seems like it's just moving way, way, way too fast. But if you look at the timeline, it actually isn't moving all that fast. We got hooks in 2019. We got RSCs in 2022. That's 3 years to be able to work with hooks and integrate them into your system. But we still get all this, hey, things are moving way too fast. I did a video recently called Is One the One? Now, One is a really cool framework. It's a single framework that you can use to build web applications and mobile applications in React Native from one code base. It's really freaking cool. Did a video on it, showed folks how it works. What I get, so many, we got yet another framework kind of things. But this is really cool. So as an older engineer, I've been doing this for 40 years now. Learning how to cope with innovation has been something that I can now kind of pass on to you. So here's a couple of tips that I got for you. First, don't get freaked out when someone shows you something really cool, like all this cool stuff that you learned today. You may not need it. You may not use it right away. So don't think, oh man, I learned about this, so I have to use it right away. It may not be appropriate for your project, but understanding it's out there, that'll help you. Think about things like but think about it positively. It could simplify stuff, so that might be a reason that you want to adopt it. Also, they're not trying to mess with you. They're not releasing stuff out in the wild. The React team isn't adding in RSCs in the framework just to mess with you, right? You got to think ooh, wow, that everybody is trying just to do the right thing. And then, so you want to see what the framework, or what this new thing is actually trying to accomplish. Like, look for the underlying motivation and make sure that if it syncs with what you actually want to do, that's something you want to embrace. And then finally, use proof of concepts to figure out if it's actually going to work in your environment. Don't actually try and just integrate it into your app right away. That can cause a lot of problems and make it just a lot more complex. It's nice to actually work with things in isolation. So it's all about like thinking positively as opposed to negatively. And all of this stuff, this innovation and these choices and the complexity of it, actually, when you think about it from the other way around, that it's not bad, it's actually good, prove to us that React is a fearless framework, right? We've got 11 years of a library, and they're still doing amazing stuff. They added React server components to an 11-year-old library. That's incredible. It's also everywhere, right? Think of all the places where you can use React. Web, mobile, it's incredible. And also, it's the first choice. Anytime that somebody's gonna build a new state manager or framework, they're gonna build it on top of React. But everything's not perfect, right? So we need governance. That's one of the things we saw, right? So Dominic was just up here. Earlier in the year, he had an issue with React 19 and suspense. Did you guys hear about that? Yeah, okay, cool. Well, that actually kind of pointed out that the React team is making some decisions about where the React framework is going that we might not appreciate. So cool, they're actually responsive to that, and that's why React 19 is currently not out yet, because they're still working through those suspense issues. So that's cool, but I think we also need a level of governance, and then that showed it. Also, React has been at times personality driven. For example, you got Dan Abramov versus the world over RSCs. Fight! This was a big thing when RSCs first came out. Dan was on Twitter trying to convince people that RSCs were actually cool and fine. And the reaction they got was really, really terrible. And it actually cost the React team some members, and that's not great. So the good news is that with some change of the structure of that team, now it's less personality driven. We saw that with ReactCon 2024, where the entire team was up there giving presentations about the various parts of it. So ask you, what can you do? How can you interact with this team? How can you do these? How can you work with React positively? Well, the first thing is to keep it positive, right? Don't try and like slam on React team members. Just keep it positive. Another really important thing is to re-engage with your community. I actually hit a Twitter poll up and asked folks, has your local meetup come back from COVID? So question for you, has your local meetup come back? Okay, all right. In Portland, mine has not. So it gets, maybe 50 people where it used to get like 200. So I really, really encourage you, go to those local meetups. Speak at local conferences. A friend of mine today is going to a local AI conference with right here in London with 80 people in it. And those are the kind of feeder conferences that feed into the bigger conferences and the kind of place where you can get an opportunity to speak yourself. Next is contribute to open source, right? All of the cool ecosystem that we have around React is because people like you had great ideas for cool libraries and brought them to life. All right, well, that's what I got. React is nowhere near dead. I'm Jahur on YouTube. Go and come on over and subscribe.
But first, we're going to do Q&A, and after that, we're going to subscribe.
Yeah, there you go. Sounds good.
Okay, so we can still make a living next week. That's good to hear.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be around for a long, long time.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to go into the questions from our audience, if there are any. No, there were no yet. So then I have to make up a question.
There you go. No problem.
That's my job.
Okay. I'll help you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Make up a question.
Oh, okay. Geez, I don't know.
It would be bad if you just gave a talk and have questions about your own talk, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
No, what I want to know is you're here and you are a YouTuber, but that's something you can make a living of. I can switch to being a YouTuber.
Can you make a living off of YouTube? It's really hard.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. YouTube ad revenue is terrible. So there's the only way to really make a living on it is either to have videos that go for millions of views, which only like basically Fireship does in our space, or you do sponsorships. And I think that's actually like a recent kerfuffle over Fireship was the fact that he did a sponsorship with Apprite, and people didn't like that all that much. But you know, I gotta say, that's fine. People got to make money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We want great content.
Exactly. You want great content. Somebody actually has to pay for that.
Yeah.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft.
React data
All right,
grid
now
in
it's
the
off.
world.
We can.
See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with source.
Warm up for applause, but you're going to do an even better job of that when we introduce the next speaker. Every time I'm about to introduce a speaker, I go online, I try to do my research and figure out some things about them that I can drop. I kind of went down a little tunnel because I went to this person's blog post, and there was an amazing blog post that they posted recently about composing with React. And I spent like 10 minutes just reading through it and then jumped into my code editor. So I am really excited to learn from Dominic today. He is a React query maintainer and a tech lead at Adverty. And in this talk, he's gonna walk us through some API design choices that were made with React Query. And I'm really excited to look into that developer experience. So can we give a massive 10 out of 10 round of applause to Dominic? The stage is yours.
All right. Cool. Hey, everyone. I'm super excited to be here today because this is actually the first time that I'm giving a live talk at an in-person conference. Yeah, thank you. So I thought I want to take a quick photo just to remember this forever. That's all right. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you. Anyway, my name is Dominic. I'm a software engineer from Vienna, where I work as a front-end tech lead at Adverty. You can find me online as TK Dodo almost everywhere. And for the last 3.5 years, I've maintained the quite popular open source library React Query. Sorry, 10-stack React Query, as we call it these days. Quick question, please raise your hands if you've heard about that library before. Yeah, wow, OK, that's a lot of hands. That's great, because it means you might actually know some of the APIs I'm going to talk about today. Because today I want to walk you through some of the API design decisions that we've made in React Query over the last couple of years. Tell some stories about things that went well, but also highlight some of the trade-offs that we had to make. And there were some mistakes that we made. And yeah, maybe there are some lessons that we can all learn from those. And I want to talk about that mainly for two reasons. One, I think API design is hard. If you don't believe me, that's not my quote. Julius said that. He's a really smart guy. He maintains TRPC. He also contributes to React Query from time to time. So if he says it, it's probably right. And the second reason is I think React Query has a really, really sweet API. And it's one of the reasons why it has become so successful over the last couple of years. Now, of course, I can't take credit for that. Tanner Lindsley made the library, and he designed most of the APIs.
And he actually has a very good tweet summarizing the goals of the library, where he says that the query API is actually medium-sized when you unpack it all, but the most important part is that you can understand and learn how to use it by starting with a single function that provides 80% of the entire value proposition first try. From there, the rest of its API can be gradually learned if needed. And I think that's what it takes for a library to become popular. It needs to be both minimal and intuitive, as well as powerful and flexible. But for any given API, those two things are usually on the opposite sides of the same scale. If we take a look at array methods, for example, on the left-hand side, we would have something like array.join, right? A very simple method. It does one thing and does it very well, and there's no surprises there. And on the other end of the spectrum, we would have something like array.reduce, which is very powerful. We can implement all other array methods just with reduce. But if this is the only thing we have available, it would probably also not be great, because it's also quite complicated to read from time to time. Now, for libraries, I think the second scale is missing, and that it should usually be application complexity. Because as your app complexity grows, you actually want your APIs to become more powerful and flexible. And on that scale, I would put useQuery right about here, bottom left, if we call it with the minimal required arguments, which is basically just a query key and a query function. Now, that API, I think, is still quite simple and easy to use, but it gives us a lot of things already out of the box. We get things like caching, request deduplication, background updates, automatic garbage collection. Like, the list goes on and on. There's a lot of things that we get from just this one function call. And then later on, we might add a use mutation call, right, to make an update and then link it back with invalidate queries. So this is already a little bit more involved, but we can get really far with just those two functions. So I put that right about here. But as time goes on and your application becomes more complex, you might want to do more things. So you're going to make an optimistic update maybe from time to time, or you need an infinite query. And those APIs are certainly a bit more complex. And all the way up, we have, like, for example, our plugins or the cache subscriptions, which are really, really low level. For example, our dev tools are built with the cache subscriptions. But once you get to a point where you need this complexity, you're probably happy that those exist as well, just like you are about using reduce from time to time. OK, and we got to this API that kind of evolves with you through careful planning, lots of iteration, and also a couple of major versions. And that gets me right to the first learning that I had as an open source maintainer, which is I'm no longer excited about major versions, and I think you probably shouldn't be either. API design is hard. I think I said that already. But it's especially hard in open source because we can't easily revert the decisions that we've taken. As a different example, at work, at Verity, we have a design system that we publish to a private NPM registry. And the latest version that this is on is actually 105.2.0, right? So those are huge numbers. But nobody cares because it's just a number going up. Most teams would just upgrade and see that nothing really changed that affected them, or it was just like the default value that changed. And they just moved on with it. So it's just not a big deal. But in open source, we can't do those breaking changes lightly because every new major version has to really be this kind of like marketing event where we have announcement tweets and announcement blog posts and even videos. Because if the users hear like major version, I think it sounds huge and great. And the question that always comes then is like, what are the new features in this major version? Right? The problem about that is that major versions aren't about features. They're about breaking existing things. And features usually go in minors. So if we remember React hooks, right, they came in version 16.8. Not 16 or 17, specifically 16.8. And React Router added the route loaders in version 6.4, and Bun added Windows support in version 1.1. So those are just some examples where features usually go in minors. Of course, there are exceptions. When you redesign something from the ground up, and that enables you to do new features, you might have new features in a major version. But usually, they come in minors. So when I got asked, what are the new features in React Query version 5, I actually started to sweat a little bit because we didn't have anything planned. We were planning on breaking like how you call useQuery and basically everything, but we didn't have any new features planned. So what we did was we added some features to version 5 that we could have honestly also backported to version 4. And I don't think that's great, because it means we're withholding features to the users just to have this kind of like marketing event or great new version. And I think what would be good is would be to kind of like decouple these breaking changes from the marketing events. I think Anthony Fu had a great suggestion about the 4-digit semantic versioning, where you would have an epoch number in front of the major version that you could use for those overhauls and for marketing, and we could do breaking changes then more often. I think it's a nice idea. I doubt it will happen anytime soon. It's just something to think about. And yeah, maybe when a new major version comes out, instead of asking what's new, maybe ask what is breaking in the library instead. OK, so I'm no longer excited about major versions, but one thing I'm still excited about is TypeScript. Yeah, you too? Yeah, OK. Don't worry, we're not going to go into library-level TypeScript in this talk. But I think if you're building something new, when you're starting out, right, I think it helps tremendously to think about the types from the beginning and design your APIs with types in mind. Now, I know there are lots of people who say, well, we can just make it work first, and we can always add the types later. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing to do, because when we're working with JavaScript, we can have all those cute and dynamic constructs that work at runtime, but that might be quite hard to type later on. I think everything is doable with enough magic in TypeScript, but all magic comes with a price, and in this case, the price is usually application type complexity and maintenance burden. I really like this quote. Not sure who said it. If something is hard for a compiler to figure out, it's also hard for humans to understand. So if we're having troubles to express what we want to the compiler, maybe the API that we've chosen isn't really the best. And one of those cute and dynamic constructs we had in React Query was actually useQuery, because when we started out, you could call it in 3 different ways with 3 different positional arguments. Now, there's not really a good way to make this work in TypeScript except with overloads, which is what we did. And overloads are problematic because they have like very weird error messages from time to time, because what the compiler does is it tries all different versions, and then it displays the error message for the last overload that it tried, and that might be completely misleading. Also, we had to do some runtime checks to actually transform what the user inputs into a single object anyway. And we thought, like, really, who needs 3 different ways to do the same thing? So what we did was in version 5, we removed all the other options to do it. Now you can just call useQuery with the options object. And that reduced the lines of types that we had from 125 to just 25 lines of types. So great simplification for us as well, and a better developer experience. And the thing is, I think had we started with types from the beginning, I think this is the API that we would come up with eventually. OK, now enough about TypeScript. One thing that comes up when the library gets popular every time is that users want more features, right? And to be honest, I think managing a demanding user base is one of the more tricky things in open source, because on the one hand, you really want to implement the features that users are suggesting and to listen to their problems and help them fix them. But on the other hand, the more we add to the library, like if you just add every feature request that comes in, the API becomes bloated and the library becomes unfocused. And that might reduce adoption again for newcomers, because they kind of get confused about what's actually going on. We have to balance this somehow. My advice here would be to just take your time before you add anything to a library. I think users can be very demanding sometimes, but in the relationship between user and maintainer, it is actually the user's job to tell you all about the deadlines and the use cases and how important it is that you add this feature. But it's the maintainer's job to keep the bigger picture in mind. Like, will this API also work for other users, for other cases that the original reporter hasn't even thought about? Because remember, once we add an API, we can't really change it easily without a new major version. Now, one of these things where I got this wrong was the refetch page API on our infinite queries. For context, infinite queries are our way to make these doom-scrolling pages that everyone hates relatively easy to implement. I'm really sorry about that. But technically, an infinite query is just one cache entry that is chunked up into multiple pages, where each page depends upon the previous one. And that has the effect that when a refetch happens, we refetch all the pages one after the other. And some users complained that they wanted, just give me a method where I can refetch like a single page from these pages. And we thought, OK, cool, that's not a bad idea. Sounds reasonable. So we're going to add to invalidate queries an option to refetch like a single page. That sounded good at first, but it actually had 3 problems. We found that out over time. For one, I think it's a bit weird and confusing because invalidate queries doesn't actually know anything about infinite or normal queries. So if you don't match an infinite query, this function actually does nothing. And for technical constraints, we could also only add it to the imperative versions that we had. And if there was an automatic refetch, it would still always refetch all the pages. And I think it's also one of the easiest ways to get like incorrect state on your screen, because if you have a list of pages that depend on each other, and you refetch one in the middle, you might see duplicate results on the screen if someone else made an update to like the first page or something. So the UI can get like out of sync really easily. So what we did was we took a step back and asked the users, like, what's the actual use case that you're wanting to use this for? What's the motivation behind this? And it was always the same. They said that, like, if I have 100 pages in the cache and the user scrolls down a lot, I don't want to spam my API server with a refetch. And I think that's fair. But we tried to solve this problem from a different perspective instead. And eventually, we settled on the much easier max pages option on infinite query, which simply allows you to limit how many pages are in the cache at any given time. And I think this API is a lot better because it solves the problem holistically, but from a different point of view for all kinds of refetches. And it coincidentally can also speed up your rendering if you are navigating to a page that already has cached pages. It will render faster because it doesn't need to render as much. So my takeaway here is that we landed on a not-so-good API decision too quickly, and had we given ourselves more time, I think we would come up with a better solution instead. The only other alternative I can think of is prefixing everything with unstable or experimental until you know it's going to last. I don't know if that's better because I don't know if people actually use experimental APIs. And then, yeah, I get messages like this, and I don't know if that's really better. Another API that gets requested often is to be able to debounce API calls. So we get that feature request a lot. And you might want to have that when you, for example, have a search field and you want to do auto-filtering. Unless you want to like make an API request on every keystroke, you want some way of debouncing that. So the suggestion is just add a debounce number field to use query, right? But this is a very good example of an API that will not make it into React Query because it's just not the responsibility of React Query. There are a lot of different ways to do debouncing and to do it correctly. It likely needs more than just a number as an option, right? So it can get complicated quite fast. And it will also increase the bundle size for users that don't use this. The good news here is that you can relatively easily implement this in userland. You can use your favorite use debounce implementation. You can write one yourself, or you can just use deferred value from React. The way this works is that the filter in your state will be used for displaying the current input to the user, but you will take the debounced filter and pass it to the query key and then to React Query to not make fetches that often. I think this inversion of control is a great way to give users the flexibility to implement certain features on their own and allows us to keep a small API surface. Now, I think the query key is quite special here, but we can also get inversion of control on other options that we have by just making them a function. One example is a discussion I had with a user a while back where they felt that the refetch on window focus feature that we have that's turned on per default is great for most cases, but sometimes it's not. For example, when the query is in an error state. Now, we can't really add another option to that because that would be like, what is that, refetch on window focus if error or something. It's kind of like, that's just weird. So what we did was, instead, we just made this function a callback function that accepts the query, where the user can derive what they want from that in userland. I think that's like a cheap trick to allow users to do that, and we've since made almost all of our options except callback functions so that you have more flexibility. Okay. Now, lastly, I think even if we keep all of these points in mind, and no matter how well we try to design an API, I think there will come a time when some people will be unhappy with it. And those people can be quite loud about it. And I think open source maintainers are not immune to making mistakes. So the chances are that at one point we might release an API that isn't very well received. I learned this lesson the hard way with React Query version 4, where we made some changes to our primary state machine. Let's take a look at the example from before where we have this filter and what happens when we try to handle the loading and error states with the derived isLoading and isError flags. Now, this code worked perfectly fine in version 3, but what happened in version 4 was that you would see like a loading spinner for all eternity. And that's because a query that starts out in a disabled state, because here we have the filter as an empty string default, so enabled is going to be false, so the query is going to be disabled. In version 4, this would also put it into the isLoading state. Now, of course, there are reasons for this, and it didn't sound as bad when we made these changes and implemented this API. But if we take a step back and objectively look at it, I mean, if we have no knowledge about React Query, I think this behavior is just a very bad API. I think it's absolutely horrible. There are no excuses for that. And it turns out a lot of people feel the same way. Yeah, and I agree that this is messed up. This thumbs up counter is still going up, by the way, every day, even though we've already released a fix in version 5. And the thing is that this feedback would actually have been very good like a couple of days earlier, because we got this right after the major release. So yeah, what stuck with me is the user expectation that maintainers get everything right in their API designs, while at the same time, they might not try out beta versions and report feedback. So if there's one thing that I would like you to take away from this talk, it's actually this. Please help out maintainers of open source libraries that you're using. Yeah, there are the other maintainers. So please help out maintainers of the libraries that you're using by trying out beta versions or release candidates and reported feedback, because I think it's the best time to be heard. Without those early feedback, mistakes like the one that I made might make it into the stable release. But stable doesn't mean bug-free or battle-tested. It just means that we can't change the API anymore without a new major version. So open source is a two-way street, and I think this is one of the best ways to help while also getting the most in return. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please grab a seat. We are about to have some questions, but folks, remember you can give your rating of this talk. You can scan the QR code, and you will be able to vote and give it a good 5 out of 5 stars that it deserves. Congratulations, Dominic. Amazing talk. How are you feeling? Tell us a little bit about how it's been going from having these kinds of parts of your day-to-day job and your life and these learnings that you've had, and taking it into, first of all, an amazing first-time talk at a conference.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm relaxed now. This is just very relaxed. That was great. So all the tension is gone now.
That's awesome. And people really enjoyed it. People are vibing. I love it. You do so much in the open source sort of community with your day job. You do so much work in the open source community, and you also have a day job. You're able to do it all, make some time to speak at conferences. How do you balance it, especially when you have sort of a day job and contributing to the open source community and maintaining React Query?
Yeah, I don't work full time, so I work as a contractor, and I do my day job is a part-time job, so I have enough time to do open source. It doesn't really pay the bills, this is a different problem, but I love doing it. I enjoy it a lot, and yeah, I think this has helped me staying on it. Yeah.
Awesome. So whoever asked that question, if you want to be able to balance, maybe trying to figure out ways that they overlap and taking some time to focus on each one. That is awesome. Okay, so this is now more focused on the actual kind of product as well. Why did you use Query with 3 signatures in the beginning? That was a question that came in. I think someone has a very specific example in their mind.
Yeah, no, this actually predates my involvement, so I have to ask Tana that. I think when React Query came out, the first version was actually in JavaScript without any types. This must have been before TypeScript got popular, and I think it was just, something that you could do, we just thought, okay, maybe users just want to pass in a key and a function and no options, and then that's it. And yeah, I think in JavaScript it felt really cute to do. Oh, you can do multiple things with the same signature. In TypeScript it's not so good. So.
And this maybe kind of raises a different question when you're sort of talking about developer experience and building a developer experience, because you are a developer, and how is it easy for you to put your sort of yourself into the shoes of the people who are going to be using your library, or do you have to kind of wait until things get into beta and people give you feedback? And maybe it's a combination of both.
Yeah, it's definitely a combination of both. I've been using React Query myself before I became involved with the library, so I kind of like knew what I wanted from it. But of course, I can't really prioritize my needs of it. So there's like feedback is always welcome. So that's why I'm also all over the discussions and trying to understand what people want. For the first 6 months of my open source work, I did nothing but answer questions from people and look at their the problems that they're having.
I love that as well, how you started by listening before you turned around, start contributing. And that kind of links to the next question that has come in from Mark, which is, how do you decide which features are worth adding? Obviously, everyone has their own opinions about what should be top of the priority list. How do you decide, or how does the team decide?
I wrote a blog post about this, too, so you can go read that.
Where can people find the blog post if they want
it's at tkdodo.eu.
Nice. It is really good. I actually got myself lost in 2 blog posts when I was researching yesterday. But yeah. So
but the short answer would be that I think if something is not very common, so it's not requested often, and it's easily doable in userland with a couple of lines of code, then we're not going to add it as an extra option. It needs to really outweigh the negatives of widening the API surface, and it needs to be undoable or very hard in userland to do it. Some things are just undoable because of how we integrate with React, so then we need to support them. Yeah.
And I'm going to link this to another question that came in, which is about API design. So you just talked a little bit about how you decide which features are going to be making it into the next versions and so on and so forth. But do you have just a process in general or a framework that you use when you're thinking about API design in general? And I'm guessing that is a part of it.
So I think it needs to be easy to type for the users. So I think having good TypeScript support, it kind of like guides me through how the API should be. Other than that, there is a lot of try and error, so I have to admit that, and talk about with other people who have done similar APIs. I talked to Mark yesterday about infinite queries and how they are doing it, how they want to do it in other libraries. So there's lots of exchange with prior art as well.
No, that's awesome. And then now this is more of a question about sort of your journey. Lots of people.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
Hello, hello. All right, we are back, baby. Simmer down. Hi, look at us. I see that you are the ones with the good taste that stayed on this stage. I'm not allowed to have a favorite audience, but I think you are it. Don't tell the other room. Is it related to me being here until lunch? I don't know. Cannot confirm nor deny. But I'm happy you're here, but not as happy as I am to introduce our next speaker, who has a very, very cool talk prepared for you. As a reminder, we do have the Q&A system for the little Q&A booth. The code is 2528, which is today is the 25th. The second day of the remote conference is the 28th. So if you forget the code, it's the 2 days of the conference. Or you can take a photo of this QR code. On Slido, you can also rate each talk at the end. The poll is only live for some time after the talk, so do it sort of promptly before it goes away. It helps us curate every year to know what you're thinking, what's on your little brain. All right, are we ready? Yeah. Wow, thank you. Was that my other MC and my speaker that said yeah? You're speaking. They need to be excited. Are we excited? There we go. All right. Up next, we have Steve Ruiz, one of our locals here in London town, who is going to talk to you about TLDraw's AI adventure, which if you follow TLDraw or Steve on Twitter, you will have seen bits of. But this is the full story behind Make Real, TLDraw's viral AI experiment. So let's give it up for Steve.
This is before I cut my hair. There you can see it. Hey, how's it going? Oh dear, I've lost my slides. I am Steve Ruiz from a company called TLDraw. Let me put this over here. We are in London. You can follow me on Twitter, and you should, at Steve Ruiz. Okay. TLDraw is this. It's Canvas. Whiteboard. It's also a whiteboard SDK, which is kind of the interesting thing, a little bit different about it, where you can put it into a React app and build your own canvas, extend it, add stuff to it, all that. It's beautiful software. Just to prove that really, really is a React app, I'll do one of these. This is the only time that I'm going to show code, and then I'll go back to doing everything else. You know, hey, hello. What? Hey, hello, right there, right? So even though the canvas is, you know, it feels like a canvas, it can, you know, zoom in, zoom out. You can do lots and lots and lots of shapes and all that stuff, and it'll just do it right. Every one of these little shapes is its own React component, and so you can do all the things that you can do on the web on the canvas as well. And that is not an obvious decision. Canvases are notoriously like hard to build, and they're also hard to like render stuff in. Apps like Miro, Figma, etc. They use custom rendering engines that they write in very high performance languages. They use WASM and all those things like in order to get the most out of the browser experience, so that you can have thousands of shapes and move around very smoothly. But it turns out you can actually do that with the DOM and with React as well. So if your app is slow, it's on you. It's not on this. So what do you do with this type of app? You can do you know, whatever. Make your memes. Make your you know, write your haze. It's got that lovely like pressure sensitive or variable width line algorithm that I made. You can do flowcharts and make different assets and stuff like that. You can do wireframes. A lot of people use this for wireframes, but you know, it's just for drawing. It's just for communicating. It's collaborative. It's free. TLDraw.com. Go for it. And for me, that's enough. I actually, you know, this is the thing that I wanted to build. I wanted to build technology that made it really easy for other people to build these types of applications. Drop in a TLDraw component, extend it, add your own stuff, wire it into your app. That was the hope. 2022, when I started the idea of like using AI on the canvas, I mean, AI was kind of getting popular, GPT-2, that type of stuff. And what people would be doing is like having the GPT-2 generate mermaid.js diagrams, render them, and then like basically render them onto the canvas. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of cool, but it's not really that cool. Yeah, whatever, right? Or like having templates that you could use the AI to like swap things in and out, you know, kind of like FigJam style, like their AI-powered template stuff. It's not really exciting to me, but it would have been very easy to build on top of TLDraw. It wasn't until the vision models came out, and this was, you know, end of 2022, that suddenly the canvas became like, oh, cool, like the models now work with images. Like we have a canvas that we can very easily create images out of, right? Like I can just do whatever, copy as SVG or copy as PNG, you know, paste, and now here's my image from whatever I just drew. Maybe we could use that as input to the models. Now, I wasn't actually the original idea for Make Real didn't come from us even. It came from a designer at Figma named Sawyer Hood, or formerly of Figma, who saw the OpenAI's presentation about these new vision models and was like, oh, this is so cool, we can use this to generate code. And he had a little demo where it would kind of create a prototype based on whatever you drew. And it would send it to the model and say, hey, model, you are a expert Tailwind and web developer who works from like low fidelity wireframes and creates working prototypes. Here's the latest image from your designers. Please come back with a working prototype. And it would. We took this a lot further. We put it back on the canvas. So this is again, the canvas is made of web stuff, so we can do this. Sadly, Miro and the others could not because their canvas wasn't web. So this little thing that I can still, you know, draw on top of and rotate and all that stuff is a working website. I can double-click in here. I can add minutes. I can add seconds. I can start the timer, and it sort of runs. Applause. Yeah, right. Which is kind of cool. But again, because it's on the canvas, I can do more than that. I can also annotate. I can say, you know, put in a header here that says like timer. I can say make this reset button like green or something like that, right? And then I can use this as the next input to the model. So the first input, this thing was based just on my drawing. Now we've sent it to the model and said, not only are you an expert web developer, and we you know, say it's 10,000 years old and that it loves its developers and that if you get it wrong, the White House is going to catch fire or something like that. But the, you know, all the nice little prompt engineering. But yeah, we also, in this case, yeah, cool, right? Yeah, okay, all right. In this case, we say, you've been given a new design that has annotations. Take what you wrote before and update it to reflect those annotations. And I could keep going. I could keep, you know, iterating on this, which is surprisingly, like, that's all you need. Like, that's a workflow. Like, you could use this to make basically anything just through these, like, little stepwise iterations. So what else can it do? Well, it can also work from, like, state charts, state graphs or diagrams or pictures of back-end systems. I can make it run from, you know, maybe this is both, right? In this case, the models are so good now that it doesn't really matter, but it'll come up with a UI based on whatever you give it. The prompting that we do is really like, you cannot not make a UI. You cannot not make a working website. You have to make something. So, and it will. It just won't necessarily look like what it would if you provided an input. You could also do a little bit of like style transfer. So you can say like, hey, make this a stopwatch, but also make it look like Stripe or something like that. And we'll let this thing cook for a little while. You can also give it the types of diagrams that you would kind of give to developers to say like, I used to do this, you know, full-time, like user experience designer, whatever. and specking out certain things, like very hard to put it into words. I start talking with my hands and stuff, right? So in this case, you can kind of see how it should work. I mean, you're all developers. You probably get stuff like this every now and then from your designers. And it's so helpful just to have a little diagram or a little graph to work from. Much better than like a paragraph of text saying like, well, it should be closed, and then when it opens, any other open thing should close in order to accommodate the room for the, whatever. Sketch it up. And that works pretty well as well. I'll show you the kind of like cooking show equivalent of like, and here it is, whoa, whatever. Although it didn't do the only one thing can be open at a time. Let's see if it did it in this one. Whatever. You can also do like surprisingly complex things with this. So in this case, I wanted to have a stop motion app that would take pictures of me and then like show like an onion skin of well, I'll just show you what it is, right? I'll let this thing come up with it. And just because, again, while this is loading, I'll show. Well, you know what? No, this is pretty cool. I'll let you spend my minutes here. So of course we try our best to stream in the elements as they come from the model, but usually what you have is like all of the like HTML comes first, and then this very long stage where it's like writing the script tag at the end of the thing. So there's this delay at the end, which is unavoidable, but it should. Oh, hang on. Got to enable camera access here. Refresh. And yeah, okay, so we're going to try this. Again, I didn't write any code here, but I can, do exactly what, and just to prove to you, yeah, like this is what came out. I can delete these just like I asked for, and then I can press play to get my terrible little GIF there, right? I can also do, things are going to get progressively dumber here as I run out of time. So I wanted to have a little face that went like this and said words out loud. And this is what I got.
Hello.
Whatever. You can also do games pretty well. So in this case, I wanted to have a kind of like missiles game, whatever, where things are falling from the sky and you shoot them and whatever. And so while this loads, I'll show you the what it came up with. Boom, like one shot, not even like any iterations here, which is pretty amazing. And some of the coolest stuff that people made with Make Real are these like games that they've like dialed in, playing with their kids and stuff. For a lot of people, this Make Real was like the first, especially like tech adjacent people, things like project managers or people who worked at companies but didn't code. This was like their first experience. What they told me was like this was like their first experience making something that like worked. Like this was that 0 to 1 kind of like, oh, I can create things like with code that are interactive, because it just skipped the entire no code, the entire design tool. It was very, very loose. You could just write the word calculator and press a button and you'd get a calculator. So okay, this one actually looks a little bit better. The missiles are facing the right way. No, they're backwards. But it still works. All right. Ooh, animations, wonderful, love it. You can also actually give it code if you wanted to. So in this case, I'm saying I want to have like an ASCII art generator where I type in what I want and then it generates some ASCII art. In order to generate the ASCII art, I wanted to take my OpenAI key and make a call to OpenAI and come back with the result. Yeah, send the prompt, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, no, there's leaked my key on stage. That's a new one for me. That's a new low. Don't use that, anyone. There's no money left. I know what I'm doing after this talk. So again, I'll let that load, and I'll just show you the octopus. Let's see what it does. Generating the ASCII art. It's hitting OpenAI using my key, coming back. Our key? Yeah, all right. It's all credits anyway, man. You go crazy. Let's try this. That doesn't really look like an octopus at all. maybe this one will. Hey, why not? Hey. So the things that you can do with this are pretty far out. I'll show you a couple of other kind of like AI-related things. I didn't expect to ever have the canvas being used this way, but because we'd built, this is an early, like, the moral of the story is, hey, build with the web, build with tools that allow people to create amazing things with them, and you don't have to know what's going to happen. Good stuff just happens, right? Because when these models came out, when it was even theoretically possible to have a canvas full of websites and stuff like that, we'd already built the exact thing that I would have started building, you know what I mean, in order to like to get that done. So I'll show you a couple of other things real quick. We've also been looking at kind of like teaching the models to use the canvas. So for example, like draw. By the way, they're not good at this. This is not a thing that the models are good at. They can't really draw very well. So I've asked it to draw Batman. All right. Cool. But the cool thing is that this isn't like an image generation. This is like the same stuff that I've made, right? So I can also do like a face and say like I don't know, make him sad, you know. And it's getting that image. It's coming back with stuff, right? All right, that's not very good either. Some things it's better at. Certainly with, it can generate things like these flowcharts. I think one of my favorite uses of this is what do you call it? Storyboards. So I'm going to have it do the poster for the storyboard. Draw the poster for the Deepest Dive, a React conference drama, coming soon to theaters near you. Oh, I think it was writing some code here. Let me put that to the back. Deepest, okay, it's writing code. Good. Starting the React community, hooks, components, state management, coming to a conference near you. Wonderful. That's kind of cool. Let's do scene 1. Complete the storyboard for scene 1 of this conference, and I have like 60 seconds left. I'll show you something else that, oh, that's boring. Catch me later, I'll show you some cool stuff. Another thing that you can do here is like, all right, so it's not good at drawing, it's not good at that stuff. What is it good at? It's good at like creating information, moving information around. Canvas is a really interesting place for these sort of like squishy, non-linear type of flows. So in this case, this is very new. I'm having it kind of complete kind of like a flowchart using LLMs to create the content. So this is a short commercial for the new React 21 version that introduces signals. It has created, come on, wake up. I'm going to have to wait for this to complete. Now, it's also generated harsh Twitter feedback for this. And then it's also developed let's read it.
Yes, because React desperately needs another way to handle state. Next,
you
you're
got
telling
it.
me we need
Right, so the idea of creating different types of content, so websites, et cetera, through this like kind of flowchart, and really like anything can be anything. So I can like use this image as the input for another like generation of speech. I can make the speech sad and serious and things like that. So we're looking at a lot of different ways of like, how can we use this incredible open paradigm of like the canvas with TealDraw and some of these new language models. I don't even want to know, but
Picture a developer.
all right, fine. No. Anyway, that's TealDraw. I'm Steve Ruiz. I have demos for days and days and days. If you want to catch me later, I'm happy to share. And if you do want to make something with TealDraw, tealdraw.dev is the website. You can grab it from NPM, go nuts. We have a big Discord, etc. Thank you. Want to leave this up?
Hello. Please Step into my office.
Oh, gladly.
Let's have a little chat. That was so fun. I just want to play that one, please.
Ooh,
You're in my seat,
over.
dude.
Sorry.
Remember that you can also rate the talk on Slido. The code is 2528, slide.do. I'm going to pull up all of our little questions and see what the people want to know. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Do you know that Steve has a background in art and then decided to go into tech because he wanted to be sadder? I don't know.
Not long ago.
Not long ago. Is the generated code React?
No, in this case, it's just give me a one file HTML, CSS, JavaScript file. So we haven't gone that far.
So vanilla.
Vanilla.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh God, so many good questions. How do you handle performance in such...
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
You're already done. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hi. Let's talk about our sponsors. Hey, they paid for this. Sponsors! Thank you. Thank you. It's not me, but thank you. First, I want to give a shout out to one of our gold sponsors, Contentful. It's the leading intelligent composable platform that empowers brands to deliver content. I have used it in the past. It's very powerful. It's giving CMS, and we thank them for their support as always. Another reminder that we have the question platform on Slido, slide.do, where you can do two things. One is ask questions to the speaker so we can talk about it during Q&A. And two is rate the talk. The rating system is only open shortly after the talk, so do it, as soon as you can get to it. It helps us curate the content going forward. And if you say nice things, we'll probably sneak the nice things to the speakers and tell them how wonderful they are for spending time with us. Isn't that nice? So I'm just going to leave that up for a second. How are we feeling? Are we caffeinated? 3 people had coffee. Okay, great. This is already a good energy. How many local Londoners do we have? A couple here, a couple there. Any north of the rivers? Any south of the rivers? Get out. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love you also. I love you also. Any people in from Europe? Oh, okay. Did anyone take a train? Yes! Oh, incredible! Amazing. I love trains. I'm cool and I have friends, but also I love trains. Anyone in from the States? Couple of you. Good luck next week. You know what I'm talking about. Anyone in from further? Asia? Australia? New Zealand? Ooh, 1. Is that Mark? I can't tell. I'm so sorry. I hope your jet lag is okay. All right, are we ready for the next talk? Guys, I'm not going to bring her up if you give me this attitude. Are we ready for the next talk? All right, it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Nadia, who's going to talk to us about how React Compiler performs on real code. Nadia, come on up.
I hope you all appreciated the t-shirt. Thank you for the intro. As mentioned, my name is Nadia. Let me start by quickly introducing myself and talking a little bit about myself. I've been a developer for a very long time now. I worked for a small startup. At some point, I worked for Atlassian for a few years on a product that some of you probably know and probably love, called Jira. I'm a bit lazy, and also I love to travel. So a few years ago, I moved from Australia to Austria, just because it's easier to spell. I'm a little bit of a nerd, and one of my nerdy hobbies is to investigate how things work and then write the results down. I spent the last few years investigating everything that I could about performance, about re-renders and React. I wrote a bunch of articles on this topic. I did YouTube videos. I even published a book, half of which is dedicated to the topic of re-renders, memoization, and how to control them. And during those years, I kept seeing visitors from the future, probably, who would kindly inform everyone around them that memoization is not needed anymore because of React Forget, currently known as React Compiler. This April, our timeline finally caught up with theirs. React team released the compiler to the public, and of course, I had to try it and see the future for myself. So I tried the compiler on a few synthetic examples. I ran it on a few real apps, measured how it performs and what it does. Of course, I wrote it down, and now I'm happy to share with you how the future really looks like. So this is what the talk is all about. What is the problem the compiler solves? Are there any downsides to it? How it performs on synthetic examples? And how it performs on real-life code? Let's start with the problem. So what exactly we are trying to solve here? Here is our beautiful user interface. It's really nice. When some new information comes in there, we want to update it. To do this in React, we trigger what is known as a re-render. Re-renders in React are cascading, as you probably know. Every time a re-render of a component is triggered, it triggers a re-render of every component inside, and then every component inside this component until the end of the tree is reached. If those downstream re-renders affect some really heavy component, our app becomes slow. So that might cause performance problems. To fix this, we need to stop this chain of re-renders from happening. One way to do it in React is to tell this component that it doesn't change, and it can skip re-renders, and re-render of every component inside. And of course, as always in React, there are multiple ways to do it, but one of them is memoization. Memoization starts with the React memo, a higher-order component given to us by the React team. It wraps our original component and then renders itself on its place. Now, when the React reaches this component in the tree, it will stop and check whether its props have changed. If none of the props change, then re-renders will be stopped. If even one of the props changes, React will continue with re-renders as if no memoization happened. That means that for the memo to work properly, we need to make sure that every single prop on this component is exactly the same between re-renders. Otherwise, it just will not work. For primitive values, it's easy. We don't need to do anything other than not changing them. For objects, arrays, and functions, however, they need some help. React uses referential equality to check for anything between re-renders. And if we declare those non-primitive values inside a component, like I did here, they will be recreated on every re-render, a reference to them will change, and memoization won't work. To fix this, we have two hooks, use memo and use callback. We would wrap arrays and objects into use memo, functions into use callback, and then those hooks will preserve a reference to the values between re-renders, and next time re-render here in the parent happens, the very slow component will not re-render. And the chain of re-renders will be stopped. That is enough of the theory for today, I promise. This is a very simplified explanation, but as you can see, it's actually already quite complicated. So anyone who used those hooks in real life knows how hard it is to trace those changing references and how quickly our beautiful apps turn into incomprehensible and unusable mess of use memo and use callbacks. So solving this situation is React compiler's main promise. The compiler is a tool given to us by the React team. It plugs into our build system, grabs the original component code, and then tries to convert it into code where components, the props, and dependencies of hooks are memoized by default. The end result is as if our normal React code behaves as if everything is wrapped in memo, use callback, which is already very cool. But it doesn't actually do this. It doesn't wrap things blindly. It's much smarter than that. For example, something as simple as this will be transformed into this. Notice how onClick is cached at the very bottom, but the data object is not really cached. It's just moved inside the if statement. However, if I reference this data inside onClick, the compiler understands this and rearranges the code to sound like this. Mechanics of all of this are absolutely fascinating. However, in this case, I'm more interested in practical applications of this engineering miracle. So more specifically, I want to know whether our expectations from the compiler match the reality. And three main questions immediately pop into mind for almost everyone. First one is, what about the initial load performance? One of the big arguments against memoizing everything by default has always been that it can negatively affect initial load because React needs to do now much more stuff in advance where everything is memoized. Second one is, will it actually have a positive impact at all? How much of a problem re-renders really are? And the third one is, JavaScript is notorious for being fluid and ambiguous. Is the compiler smart enough to really catch absolutely everything? Is it true that we will never have to think about memoization and re-renders ever again? Before answering those questions, let's quickly check out the compiler on a few synthetic examples. Maybe, who knows, maybe it doesn't work at all. So first example, we have a component with a dialog, a state for this dialog, and a button that can open it, and a very slow component somewhere underneath. So let's say it takes 5 milliseconds to re-render. Normal React behavior here would be to re-render everything, including the very slow component, when the state changes. And as a result, the dialog pops up with a delay because of the slow component. If I wanted to fix it with memoization, I would have to do this, just wrap it in React memo. Let's get rid of it and enable the compiler for this code and see what will happen. In the dev tools, I see the magical memo appearing everywhere, the blue stuff. That means that components are optimized by the compiler. And now all I need to do is just to put the logger inside the very slow component and try to trigger the dialog. As you can see, only the button re-renders. The dialog shows up instantly. A slow component doesn't re-render. So that's first win for the compiler. Let's now make it a little bit more complicated and add some props to the very slow component. Standard stuff, an object, and a function. So if I wanted to memoize it manually, this would be the classic trio. Use memo, use callback, and memo itself. Let's again get rid of it and apply the compiler to the code. The end result, exactly the same. Only the button re-renders, slow component doesn't re-render, the dialog pops instantly. I'm adding another win to the compiler. Good job, I love it. Third one, that is the fun one. Let's try on something even more complicated before going for a real app. And what if the very slow component accepts children? Off the top of your head, think, how would you memorize it? I will give you a second while I drink. Who thinks it should be this? Raise your hands. Anyone? Cool, very, very smart people here. Because, yes, this is incorrect. Children here are nothing more than syntax sugar for a prop named children. Child memo is exactly the same as syntax sugar for an object that looks like this, that references child memo component. So what we have here is a non-memoized prop on a memoized component. Very slow component memoization will not work, and it will re-render with every state change. To memoize it correctly, we need to do this. We need to use memo as if we would use it on every object. This pattern is the most counterintuitive pattern in React, and even the most senior developers often get it wrong. However, what will happen with the compiler? Can it handle it? And the same story as before. The compiler does a really good job. The dialog pops up instantly. No slow re-renders are happening. Another win for the compiler. Now to the good stuff. Small examples like that are easy, but I want to test it on a real app. The real app looks like this. It's an app I've been working for a few months. It's completely new, fully TypeScriptified, no legacy code, only hooks, and everything is best practice, more or less, because I'm a bit lazy. The app has a few pages. In total, it has around 15,000 lines of code. Not the largest app, but I think it's good enough for a proper test. So before turning on the compiler, I run a health check and ESLint rules provided by the React team. Those are the health check results, no incompatible libraries, and 0 ESLint violations. And finally, I haven't done any performance optimizations there yet, exactly so I can try out the compiler for this talk. So the app is as prepared for React compiler as it can possibly be. Testing conditions. I used Lighthouse to measure the initial load and interactions performance. All measurements are 5 times, so I'm actually showing you the average of those. All measurements are run on production build in the mobile mode of the Lighthouse, where CPU is slowed down 4 times. OK, so first question to answer, how the compiler affects initial load. First page to measure is the initial landing page. It's beautiful and actually quite long. Before the compiler, the results were like this. Almost everything is green except for one red thing. I will fix it later. Now, with the compiler, I have lots of memos. That means compiler is working. And here are the stats. That's not so bad. I ran it on a few more pages just to make sure, and the results were more or less the same. So some of the numbers go a little bit up, some of them are a little bit down, nothing drastic. So I think I can add another point to the compiler and answer the very first question, is the compiler seems to have a very minimal impact on initial load performance. So that's good, it doesn't make things worse. Second question, how much of an impact will it have on interactions performance? For this one, I use this page. The app is actually a showcase of a UI library, components library. Here, we see a preview of a very large component, actually the whole settings page. And over there, I have a dark mode switcher. As you can see, everything re-renders when I switch between light and dark mode. Before the compiler, the numbers looked like this, which is a bit ouch. It's a bit red. I enabled the compiler, and wow. That is very impressive. And actually, it's too good to be true for me, because I'm a very suspicious person. How exactly did that happen? I'm not the worst developer in the world, trust me. Yeah, I need to investigate this. The answer is here. This is the code for this entire page. The thing that renders the preview of the big components is this. The preview is sent as a string. The entire page here is just a really tiny component. I literally have here the synthetic example from before, where we have a very slow component with some minor props. So I will add another point to the compiler. It's very cool that it was able to pick it up, but also I feel a little bit like it's cheating, because clear situations like this are quite rare in real life. So in real life, we will have a bunch of small-ish components, and the job for the compiler will be much harder. The next page is closer to the real life. Let's take a look. I have a header here with some stuff, a footer, and a long list of cards in between. The quick filter at the top controls which cards are shown, and as you've seen, when I click on checkbox, for example, everything re-renders. So without memorization, the entire page re-renders, all the cards re-render. The stats for this one looks like this. It's OK-ish, it's green, but there is some room for improvement. Enabling the compiler and checking the numbers. It's good, but it's actually more believable to me. But also, it's very interesting because I actually expected it to be better, because this list is very long, and if all the renders in this list were eliminated, adding just a few new cards for the checkbox should have been actually instantaneous. So let's investigate what is happening here. And what is happening is the list is actually still re-rendering even with the compiler enabled. That's not so good. OK, what's going on with the code? At the first glance, nothing criminal. I just have an array of items. I map over the array, and I render card component. I even have the correct key here, so no arbitrary props. Everything is coming from the data array. So let's investigate. The very first thing that I do when debugging compiler issues is to re-implement memoization manually with the classic tools. In this case, all I need to do is just wrap the card in the react.memo. And if the code is good, the existing cards should stop re-rendering, and that would mean that the compiler bailed on its component for some reason. I did that, and this didn't happen. That means that that's not the compiler's fault, actually. Something is deeply wrong with the code itself. I wonder if anyone can guess. Because the code is the most standard code that you can see in React. OK, so let's solve it. As we know already, if even a single prop on a memoized component changes, the memoization will not work, and the re-renders will happen. So something is probably wrong with the props here. All of them are primitives except for this one. It's an object with 2 strings inside. So it has to be its fault. But it's also a little bit weird because it's not like I'm recreating it inside the component every time. It's just the data that is coming from an array that is coming from a React query. So should I blame Dominic and React query then? Let's take a look at this code. This is the code that fetches the data. We all know React query now. It's a beautiful library. I love it. It simplifies data fetching and caching. So we have a key to identify the cache entry, and we have an async function that returns some data for this key. Usually, it's just a fetch or some fetch variation. If it's called with the same key, it returns the data that it already has without doing a fetch again. So what is happening here in my case? I have a dynamic key. It depends on selected filters. And I have a fetch function that returns some data. When only the button in the quick filters is selected, the key is this. The library returns an array that's associated with this key. When I turn on the checkbox, the key is this. The library returns a completely different set of data that is associated with this key. It doesn't merge them together to preserve the reference to the internal objects, because how would it know to do it? And I never told it to do it. So I cannot blame the React query for this one, unfortunately. All of this is my fault. React query does exactly what it should do. No one to blame, but as a result, I have a different array with different references rendered on the screen that happen to have the same data for the most part. And one piece of this data is an object that is passed to a prop to a memoized component. The easiest way to fix it, to fix memoization here, is to just spread this object and turn it into primitive props. Something like this. So the memoized component receives only primitive values, and those don't actually change. So a bit of refactoring, and no more unnecessary renders. OK, so I'm not the worst developer in the world. Let's make sure that it was actually worth it, and let's measure it. So this was before and after the compiler. Now the last measurement after the manual fix. I feel it's a mic drop situation. Humans are still better than robots. They will never take over the world. I will give a win for myself this time. OK, so that was the interactions. I think it's safe to say that impact of the compiler is noticeable, but varied from page to page. And humans are still better if they really try. Final question. Is the compiler smart enough to really catch absolutely everything? We already see that the answer is probably no. But to test it a little bit more, I collected a list of noticeable re-renders in my app and checked how many re-renders are still present after I enable the compiler. I had something like nine of them, stuff like the entire drawer re-renders when the tabs change. The end result was this. I had 2 cases where absolutely every single re-render was solved, 2 cases where none of them were solved, and 5 cases where it was like in the situation before, or almost all of them, but sometimes not. The cases where nothing was fixed was the most interesting one because the compiler bailed on the entire component because of this line and this line only. I never even used the filtered data. I just added this line, and it just, oops, I cannot do it. And the problem here is that Fuse is an external library that does search for you. So the most likely reason here is this library is just doing something deeply incompatible with the compiler, unfortunately. And speaking of the external libraries, just a few days ago, React team confirmed that external libraries will not be transpiled by the compiler. So don't expect miracles if you consume some external library. So I'm going to be cruel, sorry. I'm going to take 1 award from the compiler for this one, because the answer to whether the compiler can catch absolutely every single re-render is, sorry, it's a no. Because there will always be some external libraries that do some really weird stuff, or they're just incompatible with memoization, or there will be some legacy code that, again, does some really weird stuff that the compiler doesn't know how to process, or the code that I had, which is not exactly wrong, but it's just not fine-tuned for memoization. So let's recap quickly what we were investigating and how the compiler dealt with it. Initial performance, check. No impact, no bad impact. Initial load performance, I would say also check. Well, interactions performance, check. I saw good improvements there. Some of them really good, some of them just a little bit, but still really good. Can it catch all re-renders? No, and probably never will. So the biggest question then of this year, can we forget about memoization soon? Does the previous slide means that the answer to this question is no? Not necessarily, because it really depends. If performance of your app is not the most important thing in the world for you, or maybe it's okay-ish, but could be improved, but I don't have time to bother, then enabling the compiler will most likely make it good enough at a very low cost. The definition of good enough and low cost is, of course, going to be up to you. But I suspect that for most people, turning on the compiler and forgetting about memoization and all those hooks will be just enough. However, if good enough is not so good for you, or you need to, for some reason, squeeze every millisecond out of your app, you will be welcome back to manual memoization. For you, the answer will be no. You cannot forget about it, sorry. You would have to know everything that we know about memoization now, plus on top of that, you would need to know what the compiler is and what it does and how. So your job will become slightly harder, but I think there will be very, very few of you who would actually need it. So that will improve your job safety, I would say, in the long run. So it's also a good positive result for you. I hope this was good enough for this presentation. If you want to read more about memoization and re-renders and everything, here are the links. If you want to check out the very, very early version of the components I'm working on, you can do it here. It's very much work in progress, so please don't judge too much. And if you want really cool cat-themed stickers, catch me after the talk. I have quite a few of them. Thank you. And that is the social.
Thank you so much. Please step into my office. We'll do a quick one. Thank you so much for that talk. That was really great. Well, let me pull out my little questions here. Remember, you can ask questions on slide.do. And let's dive right into the compiler. There's a couple of questions here. So this one says, what manual optimizations work best with a compiler in a large React project? And any tips for finding bottlenecks?
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
Before we get started, I want to give a little shout out to our gold sponsor, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a Next.js, headless CMS, and e-commerce expert agency. They partner with Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity to deliver quality software with a focus on scalability, performance, and great user experience, which we love because the users are everything. Woo, thank you, Focus Reactive, for your support. Once again, I would like to remind everyone that you can ask questions on Slido. This is the code. It is 2528, which is the day today, and then 28 is the second day of the conference. You can also rate the talks right after you watch them. The poll will be open until the next talk, so do it within that time. And it helps us curate the content every year. We love hearing what people are interested in, what people are thinking, so we can have the best event ever. All right, did we have coffee at the break? Yes, can I get a hands for coffees? Any tea people? Hell yeah. Any non-caffeine tea people? Green, etc.? No, good. All right. Any like big water drinkers in the house? Yeah, the healthy people. We love to have you. Must be nice. All right, are we ready for our next speaker? That was pretty good. The coffee's working. Okay. All right, our next speaker has joined us all the way from Japan, which is very impressive, and we are very thankful to have him here. Daishi is a React library author and maintains 3, not 1, but 3 state management libraries, Sustan, Jotai, and Valtio, and the React server component framework called Waku. So four projects. So give him a big maintainer welcome to the stage, please.
Thank you. Well, thanks for the great introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Daishi Kato, and I'm really excited to give a talk at React Advanced London for the first time. I'm an open source developer, and over the past few years, I've developed several React libraries, including Zastan, Jotai, and Valtio. While still maintaining those projects, my latest work has been focused on creating a new React framework. So the title of my talk today is How an RSC Framework Enables Server Actions. Wait, let me modify it. The title is How an RSC Framework Enables Server Functions. That's a new term. In this talk, I'll share some insights that I've learned during development. Please keep in mind that what I present today might not be 100% accurate. With that said, let's get started. The framework I'm developing is called Waku. It's a team project because developing a framework is complicated, and I cannot do it alone. Unlike my other projects, which are small, Waku is bigger and broader. This became possible only because of our collaborators. The project started about a year and a half ago, and when I started, my knowledge of implementing a React framework was literally zero. There has been many iterations with trial and error, and it's still continuing. One of the recent tasks was supporting server functions. This talk is about server functions, but for the first part, I'll spend some time discussing React Server Components, or RSC. React 19 introduces several new features, but one of the most significant is RSC. RSC stands for React Server Components, But when we say RSC, it often refers to the entire capability of running React on the server. So RSC includes server components, server functions, and maybe more. One tricky thing is that RSC doesn't always require a runtime server. It can render server components at build time and generate static sites. So RSC can even help with single-page applications. Technically, RSC's core capability is serialization, and it's provided by a React library. But to consume it, you need a framework or at least a bundler. Now, let's explore how server components work. Before server components existed, the concept was simple, as you know. Everything ran on the client. By the way, one of the strengths of React, as I see it, is this intermediate representation, sometimes called the virtual DOM. Thanks to this, we can render a component multiple times before committing or apply certain extensions. Server components can be considered as one of those extensions. Now, with server components, we have two types of components. Both are rendered separately and merged into a single representation. JSX elements are serialized into a JSON-like format and sent to the client. It's hard to show in this diagram, but the two rendering processes don't actually happen simultaneously. Because the server components points to the client components, the rendering actually happens on the server at first. Once the client receives the JSX elements from the server, it renders the client components and merges the two results. So far, so good? Let's see how this is implemented. I would like to explain the idea with code. Here, two code snippets represent client code and server code. They are pseudocode, but they are pretty close to the actual implementation in my framework. Let's look at the client code. Create root is a function that should be familiar to most React users. On the other hand, create from fetch is a new function from the React library and is typically used by frameworks. Now, on the server side, when it receives a request, the server renders the app component and creates a stream. This stream is called the RSC payload that the client receives and renders. The key function here is render to readable stream. I like to emphasize that this is without SSR, or server-side rendering. Adding SSR is complicated, and it's not the scope of this talk. But one key takeaway is that RSC is not tied to SSR. SSR is used only for the initial render, while all subsequent re-renders on the client happen without SSR, but with RSC. As you can see, the app component is a server component. What gets interesting is when we start using client components. As you may know, a server component file can import a client component file. We distinguish this with use client directive. The server has to serialize the client component into the RSC payload. The entire purpose of use client directive is to make it serializable, creating a client reference. A client reference is basically an identifier that points to the client component. Let's briefly look into it. This diagram shows how a client reference is used conceptually. On the server side, a client component becomes a client reference and is encoded into an RSC payload, which is then transformed to the client, transferred to the client. The client finds a reference in the payload and retrieves the actual client component. Retrieving the actual client component is a framework's job, and for now, you can assume a client reference acts like a URL. Until now, our discussion was kind of conceptual. But in practice,
how is a client reference actually created? The answer is code transformation. Let's see how these client components get transformed. First, we need a special function called register client reference. This function is provided by one of the React libraries. Now, how do we use this function? We wrap the actual function with it and return the result as client component. Two strings are passed to the function. And the first represents the file, and second is the name of the exported function. These strings are used to identify the client component. Technically, they can be anything as long as they can identify the exported function. As we just saw, to make server components and client components work, we need to transform user code. The framework sits between user code and the JS runtime, handling code transformation. This is one of the reasons why RSC needs a framework or bundler. We need to transform our code before running, and the transformation differs between different runtimes. In the previous example, the user code was transformed for the server runtime. But do we ever need to transform the code for the client runtime? Yes, server function may require it. Now let's talk about server functions quickly. The idea of server functions isn't very difficult. Basically, it allows the client component to call a function on the server. This also requires serialization, which isn't very surprising. Well, I think that's pretty much. So I've talked about server components and now server functions. How are they related? As it turns out, server functions and client components have something in common. They are both just functions, and they need to be serializable because they travel between the server and the client. Some identifiers are used to this serialization, called references. The transformations are triggered by directives. On the other hand, there are some differences, one of which is that there are several ways to create server references, whereas creating the client references basically have only one way to be created. Suppose we've already obtained a server reference. Using it isn't complicated. You can pass it to the server, and the server can identify the actual function to call. What's not so obvious here is how the client gets the server reference in the first place. Unlike a client reference, there are multiple ways to create a server reference. And this is why supporting server functions is a non-trivial task. What do we mean by multiple ways to create server references? For example, there are top-level use server and inline use server directives. Additionally, there are different ways to pass server references. In the rest of this talk, I'll discuss some typical cases and how a framework transforms user code for different situations. This is the first case, and I think it's the simplest. On the top, the server function file contains a top-level use server directive, and this file exports a function named greet. On the bottom, the server component file imports a server function file and passes the greet function to a client component. If you're familiar with server functions, this should look pretty straightforward. But how does it actually work? How is the server function file transformed? Let's take a look at how a framework transforms this user code. This is the same code we just saw. First of all, we no longer need the directive, since its purpose is to tell the framework that the code needs to be transformed. Now that we are transforming it, the directive can be removed. We import the register server reference function. It's provided by React, but which library to import from depends on the framework. So in this snippet, we wrap it as ... Now let's see how we use this function. As you can see, we simply call this function at the end. This will register a server reference for the greet function. Take a look at the two string parameters passed to the register server reference. As we learned with client references, those are to identify the registered function. In this case, they are the file path and the function name. But as I said, they can be anything, technically speaking. This transformation logic is rather simple, and actually it's provided by one of the React libraries. So supporting this pattern is very easy. I wish this would be the only pattern we need to support, but it's not. Let's learn some other cases. The second case is when you have the inline use server directive in the server component. Let's look at code. In the previous example, the greet function was imported from a separate file. But here, it's an inline function directly in the JSX. Check out the use server directive, which triggers the transformation. First, we import register server reference like before. Second, we have to lift up the inline function to the module level. Third, we register server reference, adding two string parameters as an identifier. Finally, the function has to be exported from the module because it needs to be callable when the server receives a request. Are you following? Let's move on to the next case. In this example, we have a variable inside a component. For simplicity, it's just a random number. This random number is used both in the JSX string and in the greet function. The greet function has a user server directive, meaning it's a server function that needs to be transformed. The tricky part here is that every time the app component renders, a new random number is generated. Anyway, let's see how it goes. As always, we begin by importing register server reference. Just like the previous example, we lift up the inline function to the top. But now, the closure variable, rand, is gone. So what should we do? As you can see, we can use the bind method to attach such variables, and the server function will receive them as arguments. One note here is that I'm not entirely confident with this approach, but for now, this is how it's working. Moving on to another use case. So here's a new use case. We have two files. One is a server function with a use server directive, and the other is a client component with a use client directive. In this case, the client file directly imports a server file. This might seem straightforward from the user's perspective, but it's actually quite tricky. Let's take a look at how this is transformed. This is a server file, which is being imported from a client file. In the first line, we import create server reference from a React library. You notice it's different from register server reference we've been using. This is a client-side version. In the second line, we import call server RSC, which is a framework-specific function from WAC/client in this case. Then we completely replace the function on the call create server reference. The first argument is a string identifier, and the second argument is the framework function. As you can see, this requires tighter integration with the framework. We've already seen many cases, but there's one more I'd like to show you. This example is a bit different from the previous ones. So in fact, any function can have an inline use server directive. In this case, it's a function inside an object, which is then exported. Let's see how this gets transformed. First, we import register server reference, and it's done. The function is hoisted and exported with register server reference. And in the original object, the function is replaced with the exported one. To make this work, we need to look through all exported objects deeply until we find inline use server directives. Once found, the rest is the same as before. But this feels like a very costly task. I wonder if we can optimize this somehow. Well, we'll see. All right, we've covered through various cases. Did any of them catch your attention? Here's a list of cases we've covered. Do you remember that there are 5 different cases? I hope this covers enough, but the list may grow, and there might be some cases that requires further work. The point of this talk was to show that while it's not trivial for a framework to enable server functions, it's certainly doable. This is the same diagram that I showed earlier. The framework's job is to transform user code for different runtimes, like the client and server. This is how an RC framework enables server components and server functions. This is what I wanted to share in this talk. I hope it's insightful for you. Our framework, Waku, implements everything I've talked about today. Supporting server function is a challenging task, but we've done it, and Waku now supports them. If you are interested, feel free to check it out at waku.gg. And with that, this finishes my talk. I'm Daisuke Kato. You can find links to reach out at daisukato.com. Thanks for listening and watching. Feel free to reach out to me for more discussion. See you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that talk. Please come sit with me and we'll do some questions. Take that far one.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your talk. A reminder for the audience, you can ask questions using the Slido at slido or slido.com. The code is 2528. You can also rate the talk, and it helps us curate content going through. Thank you for your talk. You have been a very busy person with maintaining all of these libraries. Can you tell us a little bit about how you, after already working on so many things, thought, I need Waku now, and what you were trying to accomplish?
Yes, thanks to some collaborators, the 3 state management libraries are kind of maintained well. And basically, it's kind of done, so I just need to keep some stuff maintained. So it was...
See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
A little video will play while you... All right, let's get the show on the road. Let me come over to the cool side. Hello, everyone. Oh, a hush falls on the room. I love it. Hello, welcome back. How many of you have come from the other track? Very good. People who are from this track, don't tell them the thing that we talked about earlier, okay? That's just for us. Just kidding. I love you all equally. Welcome back. We are going to do, I think, one more talk and then a break, maybe? Remember to ask questions using the Slido. The code is 2528. That's today and then the next conference day, if you forget it. Slido, or you can scan the beautiful on-brand QR code. You can also use Slido to rate the talks. It helps us curate the content. Please be nice and constructive. But we just love hearing what parts you liked and what sort of content you liked. Not just like, it was good, but also be like, hey, it was good because this. That's super helpful for future iterations. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready to move on to the next talk? Before I do that, I'm Ellie. Hello. I'm one of your MCs. If anyone gets a photo of me looking professional, will you tweet it at me so I can show my parents that I'm a real professional? My Twitter is @EllieBelly, ELIBELLY. So I'm just like, pretending, being a professional? Okay, good. Thank you, thank you. All right, our next speaker is Stephen Cooper, who is a local. Stephen joins us from AG Grid and is going to talk to us about perfecting your profiling. There's going to be some React dev tools in here. I'm very, very excited. These are going to be good tips. Stephen is also an active blogger writing about web tech, so you should definitely check out his stuff. Remember to rate the talk after. And I want us to all sort of find from deep within our diaphragms and our legs a really big round of applause for Stephen.
Hello. Well, thank you very much for coming to my talk about perfecting your profiling skills. So let's jump in. Bit about me, I've got 4 kids and 2 dogs, so profiling life is very important, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like anyone's made like a dev tools for life. If you have, or if that's your business idea, let me know, I'll be one of your beta testers. But in my professional capacity, I work at AG Grid. And we've got both AG Grid and AG Charts now. So these are React components you can drop into your application, and everything's batteries included. You've got your grid, throw your data in, you've got your charts, and you can produce these beautiful visualizations with very little effort at all. So if you want to know more about that, come and speak to us at the booth. But I know why you're really here is to talk about profiling. So this is going to be, or this was the content of my talk until a few weeks ago. So we're going to start with the React Dev Tools. We're going to look at the Web Vitals extension, Dev Tools Performance Panel in Chrome, and then I'm going to throw some quick-fire hints at you from things that I've learned while profiling AG Grid. But as I said, this was the talk, and then Chrome made a big update where they've deprecated the Web Vitals extension, and they've moved this into the Performance Panel, and it's now called the Real-Time Metrics View. So this is a really quite exciting change, because it's bringing all this features and usability that I think was underrated and underused in the Web Vitals extension directly into your performance panel. And hopefully you'll see by the end of this talk just how valuable that information can be for you. So first of all, the React Dev Tools. Now this says it's been downloaded 4 million times. So I'm guessing pretty much everyone here has got it downloaded? Yeah, that's good. As many of you who have downloaded it using it? A little bit more quiet. So yeah, so once you've installed the extension, you'll have this profiler and also a components option in your DevTools. So you can find it in there. You might run into this issue initially, saying profiling is not supported. So make sure your version of React is recent enough, and also that you're in development mode, because you can't profile against production. Because this profiling inside of React, it adds extra, I guess, delays and work, so React strips it out in production so that your apps are as fast as possible. So you're either going to be developing against React development mode, which you have to remember does additional checks, but then React does also have this dot profiling version of the code as well. So it doesn't do all the dev checks, but it still has the profiler to give you the information. But once you've done that and it's working, you can record a profile. So here, on this beta version of AG Grid, I was doing some performance testing on dragging columns and resizing them. So I recorded the profile, did my action, and then here we have this profile. So we can look through the different frames. So each one of these bars, all 254 of them, are individual renders. And we can go down and we can start interacting with this flame chart and click on these individual things and see, okay, which component is it? And also, this is going too fast. Let's slow it down, or I won't. I'll come back to it in a bit. And it can then drill into that and say, okay, from this component, which hook is causing this to render a lot? So what you maybe saw here, or maybe it didn't catch up with, is the thing to take away from this profile was there's a lot of rendering happening while we're resizing these columns. And then we can go down into that flame chart, and it gives us the component names, and we can click on it, and it will say, well, hook 30 changed. And then once you've clicked on the component, you can actually click from the profile to the components I guess, tab in your DevTools, and then look down the list of all the hooks. And for us, number 30 is this state width. So it's a very quick way that it's enabled us to pin down to the exact state hook that is causing our component to re-render. So then we can dive into that code, and we'll see something like this. We were using the width property, which was being updated, to then change the style on this div element. And so every time the style was changing, as we were dragging things around, React was re-rendering all of these cells. And so that was the 254 kind of events that were being fired. So we can actually make these change, and this is the topic of a whole nother talk. We can just actually change this style directly. We're not changing any of the structure of React. We're just pinpointing this DOM element and saying, actually, we're going to take care of the styling, and we're just going to tweak the width. We don't need everything to re-render. We're just going to change it. And the result of that is now in AsiaGrid, when you're resizing columns, there is no re-rendering. So here, there's 2 renders here instead of the 254. So you're getting a much smoother, much more like kind of native experience with these moving of the columns. And this was all very easy to diagnose via the React DevTools. And these are some important settings which you need to enable to give you this useful information. So in the profiler, you can say, record why each component re-rendered while profiling. That's not on by default, I don't think. So if you turn that on, it then gives you that information of, actually, it was hook 30 that caused this component to re-render. So this is really key information. And then also there's this other bit under the components panel which says, parse the hook names. So instead of on the left, where you just have these states and their values, you actually get the name. So again, this is just going to make you much more productive in being able to say, OK, it was this hook, and then this is actually the one in my code that I know I need to look at. And then also another useful thing, I think we've seen it in some of the talks before, is even if you're not profiling, you can enable this flag to highlight the updates. And again, we could see it here. We start dragging the columns, and you can see all these cells re-rendering. So it gives us, I guess, a quicker way of just interacting with our app and seeing all the things that are changing. So I thought this was a useful video if you want to kind of watch it in your own time. And there's quite a lot of videos out there. I think this one has a good mix of content. And also, he dives into the different formats of the charts that you can use within the React DevTools. So I'd recommend watching that one for a little bit more of a slow-paced talk. Because another thing that I want to cover is core web vitals. So these are metrics which are really important for your application, especially if you're looking to improve your SEO, your result in search, because it's kind of how Google will rank your website. So it's really important that we do metrics for that motivation, but also it gives your users a better experience. So you've got benefits in that sense that people will want to come back and use your site. And the one I'm going to focus on is interaction to next pane. So this is new as of March this year, and it observes the latency between when a user interacts with your site and when they actually get some visual feedback. So it's not necessarily that your site can, or for us as AsiaGrid, it's not that the grid will filter all the data really quickly. It's more that if the user is typing something to trigger that filtering, they'll see all the filtering, they're typing, and it won't be like jumpy because the grid's getting in the way of that browser being able to re-render. And this is something which React concurrency and all those concurrent features are able to really help you do and improve. So as I was going to say, the Web Vitals extension was a really good way of viewing this information, but it's been deprecated. And I think it's an important thing to notice here. This has only been downloaded about 100,000 times compared to the 4 million times, or was it even more than 4 million, but the React DevTools have been downloaded. So it's clear that the information here just isn't reaching the wide audience that it could do. So that's why I think it's really exciting that in Chrome version 129, a lot of this information is moving directly into your performance panel in what they're calling real-time metrics view. So in this, we'll see, I'll open up a profile in a bit, but it's giving you the same information. And also there's some really useful ways that it can compare it to your field data if your website meets the criteria for the Crux database. And also then it can tell you, well, actually, your development machine, your interaction to NextPaint might be really good. But compared to what we're seeing as real-life traffic on your website, it's very different. So maybe then you should go and enable some of these throttling settings. So you can slow down your network, slow down your CPU, and then rerun your tests and see what real users might be experiencing on your website. So this is an example which would work in the performance panel, but this is using the Web Vitals extension. So when I was testing this on our website and typing into this quick filter. So the quick filter then passed that text off to the grid to filter, I think in this case it was 100,000 rows. And what the Web Vitals extension and also what you'll see in the interactions list in your performance panel is you'll start getting these red interactions saying, well, actually, the time between the user typing and them seeing the browser repaint is too long. And so you're not having to profile or anything. You can just open this up, start interacting with your website, and see whenever this goes red. So what was happening here is that the quick filter text was being passed directly into the grid. And so every time that the quick filter text changed, the grid was then refiltering everything. So what we can do is we can just defer this filter text. We use the use deferred value hook, and then what this hook is going to do is say, well, actually, this value, it's not critical that it updates immediately and synchronously. Actually, what I want you to do is make sure that the browser has the possibility to update and re-render. And while we're yielding to the browser to do that, just wait with this deferred value, the last one, until the browser is finished doing its work, and then you can get on with your filtering. And so if we make that simple change, we can now see, we can type into this filter box. We're seeing every single key press, and we're just getting logs of green interactions to NextPaint. So that's how you can use those metrics to interact with your site and see where things are that you need to improve. And once you've done that, or you've worked at that level, sometimes we need to go even deeper. And that is the phrase of the conference, isn't it? Let's go deep. So the Chrome DevTools performance panel, when you start recording these profiles, this is when you really can go deep. You can find individual methods that are taking longer than you expected, or you can start getting into the world of forced layouts and CSS and all these kind of thrashing issues that you might find. So this is something which I've done for EduGrid as well. So here I'm profiling the performance of our scrolling. And the grid here is the vanilla JS one. So I've recorded the profile, and then we get this table. And what we're actually going to do is dive into this together. So you can save profiles once you've recorded them, and then load them and share them. So we've got this view. So this was the result of creating a profile while we were scrolling. And what we can do is we can zoom in here to a particular section, and we can see we've got all these different tasks. And what I'd like to do is come down here to this bottom-up panel, because what this enables us to do is quickly see, well, based on this self-time, this is the place where most of the time is being spent while we're rendering. So you've got total time and self-time. Total time is, say, your method ends up calling down in a call stack to some other component. That takes a long time. So the total time at that top level will include all the time of the children methods. But that's not quite so useful because the time isn't spent in that top level. You want to know where is the function that is actually taking all this time. And so that's what self-time gives you. And what we can see here is that actually it's this parse HTML is taking up about 34% of our rendering time. And now we can start drilling into this. Maybe I'll make it a bit bigger for you. And we can drill in and say, well, it's coming from set in a HTML, which is within our cell component. So now that gives us a way of being able to say, well, actually, OK, I can go and check and see, well, what is the code that is causing this, this thing to happen? Because the other way you can see this is if you zoom all the way down here, zoom in, you get your method names of what's being called, and then it's all these little blue boxes at the end is the parse HTML. So you can see if we can speed those up, we're going to speed everything up. And that's exactly what we were able to do. If I load another profile. Where's it gone? Or is that saving it? Sorry. Wrong one. This one. So after the change, and I'll show you the code that we actually changed, you can see things have really improved. And we've lost that method from this chart. So we can see, OK, we've done a good job. We've managed to identify what the slowest part is, and we managed to get rid of it. And this was the code change. We just simply changed from setting something from inner HTML to text content. Because when we weren't in React, we were managing these things ourselves. So inner HTML, just for a bit of context, it can accept like a string which contains HTML elements in it. So there's added overhead here of it checking what that string is, matching things and saying, do I need to parse it and turn it into some DOM elements? So if you're just setting text itself, it's much quicker to just use text content because the browser is like, well, this is just a string. I'm just going to display it. And so in doing that, we got some massive performance improvements within the grid. Another thing which I guess is another area of performance that you might be interested in debugging is if you see these big purple bars in your performance profile. So this one is called recalculating styles. And so just the bar being there is quite disconnected from what actually caused the browser to have to recalculate. So you don't get this big blue arrow. This is me just trying to make it possible for you to see it, because it's here, but it's very thin. But what it will do is it will draw an arrow back to the code which has changed the DOM in such a way or made a request for like a container height that has then forced the browser to have to redraw all the layouts. So as an example, where we had this issue in our grid, so new rows were added to the viewport while we were scrolling, while we were changing the sort, we had some animations. So rows were being animated out. And now to do that in a nice way, we were adding rows, destroying rows, and then the animation would query the container height so that it could animate these rows just off the screen. Because you don't want them flying out too fast. You want a kind of consistent speed with which they are, I guess, animated out. But the problem is we were then asking what the viewport height was after we had changed the DOM structure. So because we'd changed the DOM structure, the browser goes, well, I don't know what you've changed. I need to force layout so that I can give you an accurate value. So the changes in 1 and 1 were actually invalidating the height value. So when we read it in 3, the browser was forced to recalculate the styles. So the fix for this particular use case was that we'd add new rows. The old rows were destroyed and we'd set up the animation. But critically, we would use a cached value of the container height. Because it's not critical that we knew exactly to the pixel what the container height was for. So by taking this approximate value, we don't have to force the browser to relay out everything. And we're still getting the same effect without forcing the layouts. So this is all about layout thrashing, if you want to dive into this topic more. Right, I think I've got time. Oh, the timer's not working. Quick fire hints. So these are some of the things which I've learned day to day, which you might find useful. Does anyone use NX here? Not that many. If you use NX in a monorepo type setup, you can give it this NX_profile, run your command, and then you can upload that to DevTools again. And that will give you a timeline of all your jobs. So if you have a complicated build chain with lots of dependent tasks, this is a nice way of visualizing that, and it can tell you, okay, this is the thing that I want to, or need to be able to optimize. So say here we've got this long one here. So that's just a node task. Can we actually dive into that and profile that? And the answer is you can. So if you run the node task directly with this -- inspect break, and give it the task that you want to do, and then go to Chrome / inspect. There's a dedicated dev tools for node processes here. So this is an example of what we'll do here. So I'm going to start the task with this inspect breakpoint. I go to my Chrome on that URL, and I can open up the dedicated dev tools. So I'll get a breakpoint here where it's waiting for me. I can go to the performance panel, start recording, and then I've hit F8 so that the task can carry on. I'll go back to my IDE, so the task is done here. Let's go back, stop the performance profile, and then we can use the same techniques and same skills that we've learned previously to now profile this node task. And so I can dive in and see, okay, where is it in this task that I need to improve? And then once you've got some fast performance, you might want to keep validating that you don't break it. So there's benchmark tests that you can do in vtest. And also I'm interested in the talk later, saying, can AI help our performance testing? So if you're also interested in that, maybe go and see that talk as well. Another thing is, it's possible to performance profile or have benchmark tests for your TypeScript types. So this is something which I did for ATGrid as well. We had a complicated recursive type so that if you tell us what shape your row data is, we can tell you all the possible field names. And some of these field names can be nested with dots, so you can drill down into these deep objects. And so it's really nice to give auto-completion for all of that. But that can be an expensive type. So I use this library, arctypetest, and set up a test. And it told me how many instantiations were done while doing this. So, I mean, that maybe isn't something we all need to worry about, but it's good to know that these tools exist. And also, if you're not familiar with the web.dev site, this is just a treasure trove of articles and information. So if you want to learn more about these things, go to this URL and just start reading. This is from the Chrome team, Google team, and there's a lot of good information in there. And finally, we've still got our good old friend, console.log, for when you want to try something a little bit simpler. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. That was very insightful. Please step into the hot seat. Hi, everyone. Let's see what the people have to say. Thank you very much for that. Performance is always one of those things that can be a bit scary, especially with all those letters and numbers and charts and tabs and settings. So it's always good to get a little reminder. Tell us a little bit about your process for checking for performance issues, especially in a space that is so voluminous as grids and charts. Do you do it daily, one per sprint, only when necessary? What's your process?
So I think this is something which, for us, I guess we've got the releases. So a regular kind of time to repeat these performance tests is when we're then releasing a new version. And this is something where the benchmark tests really come into their own. So we've got this set up for our charting library, where we've got some examples which load thousands and thousands of points into these charts. And we run these set of performance metrics so that we can then say, okay, this is what it was in one version and this is the next version. So that's kind of like a nice timeline to then be able to.
Do you automate that, or is someone in charge of doing that every time?
For that one, someone is in charge of it. The benchmark profiling test is a very tricky thing because there's factors in terms of.
AGGrid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
What an amazing day. We had such a good time with you live, and now we're here remotely as well for the folks who are joining from home. What a great day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's been a great day. Learned a lot. And yeah,
I always feel like I have been living under a rock maybe for the last year, because there's so many new things that I learned during our conference day, and I always try to keep up to date. But man, there's so much going on in our field that I'm very happy to have the chance to kind of lurk in all this new information while I'm hosting this event. So thanks a lot for the Git Nation team for having me.
And a huge thank you as well to the sponsors, all of the sponsors who have made this event today possible. Really appreciate you. And also, they have really cool technology. So if you haven't, go check them out. They also have job offers as well. So check those out as well if you're looking for your next gig.
And of course, as I mentioned, I want to thank the Git Nation team. Git Nation, the company that organizes this event and like 10 more events around the world all year long. They always do a great job, and I really enjoy working with them every time. Thanks a lot, Git Nation team. You can check out all the Git Nation events and the full list of previous events at gitnation.com. All the recordings of today will be published on the Git Nation platform on the website. Full ticket holders will get access, early access to them, and free attendees will get them in a month.
And also remember, because we do so many cool conferences, you can actually sign up to the Git Nation Multipass and get annual access to all of the different conferences for only €17 a month. It's pretty cheap, a great deal if you ask me. So you can then get access to the live streams and recordings, early access for all of these conferences. Definitely go and check that.
It's like a conference Netflix subscription. Very nice. All right. If there's anything you think we could have done better or worse, if you thought that went too well, we also want to know. So you can do that by letting us know on the feedback form. You can scan the QR code or go to reactadvanced.com/feedback and let us know what you thought of the day.
And if you can't wait to be back together to talk about React, you should check out React Day Berlin. It's going to be on December the 13th by hybrid and 16th remotely. You should check it out. I'm going to be there. I'm really excited to learn about React in the amazing city of Berlin. So get your tickets now.
I already got FOMO because I'm not going to be there, but luckily I got my knowledge today. So thanks a lot for joining us. I'm really happy that you all joined, because otherwise it would just be me and Nathaniel talking to our webcam. So thanks a lot for joining.
And we are going to see you on Monday for day 2 of the React Advanced conferences. I'm looking forward to joining you. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers. We've been looking at them earlier today. So I can't wait to see what we learn on next week on Monday.
On Monday. Have a nice weekend, y'all. See you on Monday. Bye-bye.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
The need for never-ending content used to drive my team a little cuckoo. But not anymore. With Contentful, we can craft, collaborate on, and deliver content that maintains the fast-paced momentum of our business. Contentful, where content drives business momentum.